So Rob Brown Lockdown. Manufactured locally for the Carolinas.
Good morning. Good morning.
Hey, Big Daddy, how you doing?
Glasses again? Really?
Yeah, I think it's a thing I do now. I think it's a thing now. I think it's a.
You're not being fed topics through the glasses, are you? Some sort of
Friday. Tell me something interesting to talk about so I can keep my job. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, the Rob Brown Show on the radio. It's the Fan Upstate. I will say very simply right out of the gate, Gamecock fans, I apologize. I got my ass whooped. Trust me, I heard it more at the house than there's any possibility that you people can give me today.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that a challenge?
No, because it's not that I'm like excited about it, but I do deserve it. All right. I was.
Are you Mahomes in over there? Is that what you're doing with the hands? Okay. All right.
I was embarrassingly wrong. If we're keeping it a buck with each other, embarrassingly. I was like, I was the Dallas Cowboys of predicting games last week, at least in regards to this one, not the rest. I nailed everything else. But my goodness, Gamecock fans, I owe you an apology the size of my ego.
I don't think you picked Oregon over Ohio State.
I did pick Oregon over Ohio State.
I don't think you did.
I did. And if I didn't on this show, I did on Saturday on Bet for the Cycle.
Okay, so that's kind of, picking one on one and one on the other.
No, I did not pick Ohio State on this show. I know for a fact I didn't pick.
No,
I may not have
you're uncertain.
No, I'll go back and check the tape.
Okay.
But I know for a let me put it this way. When I put the bet slip down for the weekend, it was Oregon plus 3.5. And I'll tell you why. Because I took the half a point there. And
it was not a good weekend for me as far as football goes. Yesterday, I just didn't really want to watch football because the two teams that I pull for in college football, both kind of the same ending, and one unexpected by Rob, the other expected by Rob.
Yeah.
And South Carolina, wow, a couple coaching choices that I think were the play calling choices that were kind of bad that could have got them the win. But other than that, a pretty big surprise and a freshman quarterback. I mean,
we're going to be talking a lot about these games. Obviously, the primary being South Carolina deciding that. Let me put it this way: on Saturday, I was on the air. I was on Bet for the Cycle on Saturday when the South Carolina-Alabama game was wrapping up.
When did the epiphany happen when you thought, wow, he was right. Last week was just a bad game.
Okay, let me start with this. Everything I said about the Ole Miss game is still true. It's still true because remember.
You're right. It was a bad game.
Remember, what I said was you got hammered in that game because the game plan stank and your discipline was garbage. And those things were true.
Bad game.
Was the game plan good against Ole Miss?
Game plan could have been awesome, but it was not executed. We don't know.
No. We do know.
No, we don't.
Was poor.
If they played the way they did Saturday a week ago, it would have been a different result.
I don't disagree. And I will also say, as a certified knower of ball, the game plan on Saturday was open. It was opened up. They were taking Lenora Sellers and they were mobilizing the offense left and right, not just up and down. They weren't forcing Rocket Sanders into the teeth of the defense.
They were forcing Sellers.
Throwing the ball. They were opening the ball up to they were utilizing Lenora Sellers, but not in a way that took him out of the game as a throwing quarterback.
They put him in danger that they didn't need to. They should have used their running game as a running game and not him. I think that was one of the main problems because the defense were keying on him. Anytime he got acted like he was going to run the ball, he was getting tore up. That's why you use Rocket Sanders more. And don't they have other running
They
backs?
used Rocket Sanders into
Not
the
enough.
teeth of the defense.
Not enough.
Listen,
Not
Bama
enough.
running into Bama's front four. Let me put it this way. Do you know exactly what game most teams, with the exception, because Vandy didn't beat them on the ground either, right? The teams that are beating Bama by taking the quarterback, playing them left and right, and throwing the football down the field towards what I said at the beginning of the year was my number one liability for this team, their defensive backfield, which is not very good. It's fine, but it's not very good. I think what South Carolina did in this game that is to be commended is they opened the offense up and they trusted Lenore Sellers as a passer, but they set him up in the pass game. One of the problems you had against Ole Miss, one of the problems you had against LSU the last couple of times out was that when Lenore Sellers was being trusted as a passer, it was short, compact passing game with Lenore Sellers standing in a pocket. And the reality is, with a mediocre offensive line, and it is improved, but it's still a mediocre offensive line. With a mediocre offensive line, if you have Lenore Sellers playing the role of pocket passer quarterback, he's going to get hassled. And when he gets hassled, that's where he gets into problems. I go back, and I don't think there's a pass that illustrates that reality better than the interception that ended the game. With the interception that ended the game, and I'll tell you before I break this down, when I was talking with noted Gamecock fan, the person I'm married to, when I was talking with her after the game was over, and we were texting back and forth because I was still on the air, she said he's got to learn to play better under pressure, and she's spot on with that. She's spot on with that because when Sellers gets hassled, and this is an understandable reality about a young man who just played his 6th game as a starter. He's played 6 games as a starter. 3 of those games have been against Southeastern Conference teams ranked inside the top 15 in America. Half of the games that Lenore Sellers has played in, half of those games are to top 15 teams. By the way, South Carolina is 3-3. All 3 are against SEC teams inside the top 15. And good ones, right? Not like some years where you've had some garbage teams out of the SEC that get those SEC brownie points that boost their ratings up unnecessarily. LSU just knocked off Ole Miss. Ole Miss is a good team. Alabama's still a good team, right? So you're talking about a quarterback that is 6 games deep in his career as a QB1, and 3 of those games are against 3 very good football teams, like experienced good football teams. So I think that interception that ended the game is a pretty remarkable illustration of what the ultimate problem was. And that problem is that when Lenore Sellers is hassled, and he was on that INT, all right, it was a miscue. I've watched that play after the onside kick. By the way, what a brass stones onside kick recovery, man.
And one of the better executed that you've seen in forever. I mean, it was so good.
Yeah. So I watched that the interception that ended the game. Alabama rushed, I think, 7 on that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They may have rushed. Yeah, they rushed 7, I think, on that. So they bring 7. Yeah, they bring 7. And what happens is the O-line gets overwhelmed. Rockets in the backfield. He gets flat out run over by a linebacker coming off the outside who has now got a heat seeker beep, 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 on Lenore's chest. And Lenore's just heaves it. Now, there's 11 seconds left on the clock. South Carolina is out of timeouts. What I want Lenore's to do in that situation is know where his out of bounds out route is. On the right, on the left, deep, mid, short, I don't know. Wherever it was. You've got a sideline out route on that play. You also got a man to Sellers' left who went 10 yards and sat down. right? Sat down on that 40. There's nobody around him. What I need in that situation, and this is only something that comes with being in the fire. I need him to wing that thing either out to the out route on the sideline, or I need him to hit the guy that's underneath and let that guy sprint to the sideline, get me down. If he hits the man standing, butt naked wide open on the 40-yard line, if he puts it in his chest, that dude's diving out of bounds at the 32, 30, 33-yard line, and South Carolina's kicking the football to win the game. A situation I'm very, very comfortable with. But Lenoris in that spot, it is what it is. He's a young man who has played 6 games, 3 of them against some of the best defenses in the country. He panicked. He went with the old bleep it, somebody got to be open down their offense. He winged it to the goal line, and it cost you. Now, Lenoris Sellers also hit some big throws, had some big moments, made a couple of gutsy plays down the line, couple of runs, couple of good throws that put you in a position to be down 3 and only need a field goal to win the game. So this game, to me, I will start with the thing that I have to start with, which is Gamecock fans, my bad. I got that one wrong. All right. All the things I said about Ole Miss are still accurate. Your game plan stunk in that game. Your discipline stunk in that game. But my question was, were you going to be able to fix those things before Bama and do so against an Alabama team that I thought was going to come out trying to light the world on fire against you? And you took their best shot and you answered. I thought Dow Loggins' game plan was dramatically better. I thought Clayton White's defensive game plan to limit Jalen. Y'all made Jalen Milroe look regular. Y'all made Jalen Milroe look like another dude. That's a dude who, and it looks like less likely now, but that's a dude a lot of us thought, some of us still think, is probably going to be sitting in on the Heisman Trophy presentation. He won't be winning it because Ashton Jonty is a freaking dude. But that's a dude we all thought, and he may still be sitting in New York in the Downtown Athletic Club at the end of the year as a Heisman Trophy finalist, and y'all made him look like just another dude. Clayton White and Dow Loggins deserve some flowers for the game plan that they put together because it was dramatically different than what we saw you do against the Ole Miss defense and against Jackson Dart. In fact, I suspect the LSU Fighting Tigers have got a thank you card in the mail this weekend to Clay White for putting the blueprint down on how to stop Jackson Dart. Because the Tigers were what were they, 6.5-point dogs to Ole Miss coming into Baton Rouge on Saturday? And they got Jackson Dart looking like Anakin Skywalker when Order 66 got handed down. My man shows up at the podium in the hoodie with the hood. Did you see it? Did I sent you the clip of Jackson Dart postgame, didn't I?
I don't think you did.
I'll go find it and send it to you because it's hilarious. Jackson Dart rolls out to the podium. He's got the black hoodie on with the hood pulled down low. And he says the funniest thing ever. He's like, I don't understand how we lost. Like it's hilarious.
You really changed your name to Rat Daddy.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Rat
Wow.
Daddy Fan Club. Let's be clear. The handle is now
Wow.
Rat Daddy Fan Page. It's a Rat Daddy Fan Appreciation
Well, I
page.
mean, all that shows up is Rat Daddy. So, I mean, yeah.
Fan Appreciation page. For sure. For sure. I'll find the Jackson Dart photo and send it to you because it's freaking hilarious. But Clay White and Dow Loggins deserve some flowers because the game plan against Alabama was phenomenal. It was phenomenal. I think that
I see it. I found the video.
okay. Well, I was about to send it to you. It's my man looks like he's my man looks like you better keep him out of the Jedi Temple, is all I'm saying.
Younglings beware.
Yeah. I think both coordinators deserve some flowers. I think Lenoris Sellers deserves his flowers. I know there's a lot of people, especially because of that last throw, that are upset and there's no clutch. Yeah, again, he's played 6 games, 3 of them against top 5, top 6 SEC defenses. That's a good kid. It's a good player. And I am going to start with the whole show is going to start with an apology to Gamecock fans, I hope all of you told me last Friday when we were doing the show, when we were talking about the weekend, I hope a lot of you told me to off and watch that game anyway and got the opportunity to feel something.
If you didn't watch because Rob told you not
you're
to.
An idiot. Let's be real. All right, you're an idiot.
I mean,
you're an idiot. If you do anything because I tell you to do it, or don't do something because I tell you not to do it, who's the idiot? The idiot or the idiot that follows the bigger idiot, right?
Speaking of idiots, turn your brights off, people.
Yeah, that's a problem for you too?
Yes.
Okay.
The whole way today. It's like, do you not realize? So I'm driving with one hand while the other one is up over the rear view because brights everywhere.
I need you guys to stop.
So, I mean, there's a little indicator on your dash that says your brights are on.
It's blue. I've seen it. I opened the show with an apology to Gamecock fans. I opened the show with an apology to Shano, to that team, because that team had some grit. We're going to hear some audio from Shane and some of the other guys from the presser this weekend after the loss. You should be proud of that performance. Now, what is the word for the past year and a half, 2 years I have been utilizing when talking about this program? The C word. Consistency. Yeah, that's the C word you thought of, obviously. The C word.
You mean what they had through the entire season so far, except for one game?
2, but again, we'll keep it going. Consistency. Can you take that? Because again, the Ole Miss game, it's not about, it is about the execution for sure. But at the end of the day, you got to have a plan. And you got to have a plan that makes sense, that fits the circumstances, and that works. If I go out and jump in front of traffic and tell you my game plan to stop a moving truck is to push real hard, and I go out there and I get pancaked and turned into a puddle of goo in the middle of I-85, you're not going to come in here tomorrow and
you'll get pancaked.
You're not going to come in here tomorrow and say, Rob good game plan. He just didn't execute. No, you're going to go, that was a dumb decision. That was a dumbass move, idiot. You can't stop a truck by just standing. You want to stop the truck? Figure something else out. Put a wall up. Put one of them big yellow things out front of the Walmart up there. That's a bad game plan. I could be the best stand in front of a trucker ever, but I'm not going to win that game plan. The game plan against Alabama was different, and it worked, and flowers shall be handed out today. I don't care if you don't like the phrase. That's a good moral victory. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
I will.
All right, good morning, ladies and dudes. Y'all stay right there. I'll be right back after this live read. Don't go anywhere. Of I-85, exit 35, just outside of Piedmont. It is the Upstate's favorite Halloween tradition. It's the 2024 edition of Mad World. Oof.
I'm meteorologist Carol Foster on the Fan Upstate. Currently it's 64 degrees.
Are you frustrated because you've
I've been watching your former host and his tweets about these Detroit Tigers. And lulz. They're pretty good.
Good as in
I've been telling you all season. Diggs, what up, big dog? What you doing up early, bro? Don't you usually join around 8 o'clock? You woke up early? Good to have you, buddy. Glad you're here.
To schedule your free consultation. Our expert team will discuss your health goals, help determine the root cause of your weight issues, and put you on a path to success. 864-719-2550. That's 864-719-2550 or mynewlifeweightloss.com. That's mynewlifeweightloss.com.
I really needed the Chiefs to play this weekend to balance out my my football, and it didn't happen. I mean, so it was not a good weekend. Did she say Queso Beaver? Taco?
Water and long-term recovery. 100% goes to disaster relief in the Carolinas. Get help and hope today. Donate now.
They are, Zach.
Carolinas.org.
This is an ad by BetterHelp Online Therapy. Everyone is Boomer Esiason. What's something that you've always wanted to learn? An instrument, a new language, how not to burn pasta. Whether it's big or small, imagine how great it would feel to finally do it. As kids, we're always learning and growing. But as adults, sometimes we lose that curiosity that made life feel so exciting. So it's easy to think that we are who we are and we can't change. But BetterHelp is here to tell you that it's never too late to be who you are.
Wow. Sometimes you just read a headline and you don't really know how to react. Here's one for you. FSU, 3.5-point underdog to Duke.
That's not bad considering the season. I mean, you know,
that's unbelievable.
When you ain't won a game, only. I mean, come on.
If you would have told early in his career broadcaster Rob Brown, circa, let's say 2010, there would be a day where he was sitting there doing a show, reading a headline that FSU's an underdog to Duke, I'd have said, you're very clearly the world's worst future teller.
Listen on your phone, download the Odyssey app, and search the Fan Upstate.
There's a whole lot more to know about sound if you really want to go into the subject.
Your smart speaker. Just say play 97 The Fan Upstate on your HD radio at WFBC HD3 and on your computer at
FanUpstate.com.
Your guide to the gridiron. The maestro of the matchups and
The Rob Brown Show continues, opening today with a breakdown of that South Carolina 27-25 L on the road against the 5-1 Alabama Crimson Tide, a team that's only loss came against the Georgia Bulldog. Nope, scratch that, against the Vanderbilt Commodores. They beat the Georgia Bulldogs, who at the time were the near consensus number one team in America. And I do want to look at some contextual importance here. I think keeping things in context is something that is a bit of a lost art in, I was going to say sports talk radio, but like just in America as a whole. We just refuse to accept context. So let's talk about this in context. Let's start with what this Alabama Crimson Tide team that South Carolina took to the absolute limit really is. A team that lost to Vanderbilt on the road. Well, I think there's something to be said about the fact, because we all dunked on Bama for taking the L to the doors. Hey, great one. I don't want to shock anybody. You know what Vanderbilt did the next weekend? What we say, there was two things I was worried about. I was worried about Alabama because teams that get upset inside the top 5 the next week cover the spread at like an almost 80% clip. The spread was 21.5 points. I was very concerned. And then on the flip side, teams that do the upsetting ordinarily the next week don't cover the spread. It's almost the exact inverse. If you have a team like a Vanderbilt that gets a win like an Alabama, and they got to go on the road next week specifically, ordinarily they do not cover the spread. And I know that most of you guys, I got a text next week that's like, Rob's incapable of looking at football through a fan angle. It's always through the betting angle. Well, it's because nothing's more neutral than the betting angle.
By the way, that's not true.
And also it's not true.
Yeah, it's not true.
It's absolutely not true.
He's just obviously hiding it from some of you.
No, I think as I say all the time, the philosophy of the show is when I sit in this chair wearing these cans behind this microphone, my job is not to be a fan. It's not to come in here and rah-rah, shish, boom, bah. If you're a fan of a team, you already know all the places you can go to have everybody kiss your butt and tell you how amazing you are. My job's to tell you what's real.
Unless you're a South Carolina fan, where this is probably the only place you're going to get some positivity.
That's also true. And you are going to get some positivity
mostly
today.
from me, but today from Rob.
No, you'll get it. You'll get plenty of it from me today. So that Vanderbilt team that beat Alabama, and the next week, inevitable letdown, right? You exhausted yourself. You let everything go.
Season's over. You beat that team that no one thought you could.
You won the Super Bowl, right? You just had the biggest win in the history of your program. You're going to lay it down the next week. All they did, great one, was go out to Lexington and beat the Wildcats next week. Turn around and beat Kentucky.
Did they? I've never found myself going to look for the Vanderbilt
score.
Yeah, so I didn't know.
Yeah, 20-13. They went out to Lexington. And by the way, hey, Mr. Culture Change, how's that culture change going for you out in Lexington, Kentucky?
Says a guy who's wearing sunglasses.
I mean, it's almost an homage to that, right? Like this is our culture.
You know what you're going to do, by the way. You're trying to be like Bono and Elton John, some of those guys.
Bono, of all the celebrities that wear sunglasses in the nighttime, you're giving me Bono?
Should I have said Roy Orbison?
That would have been cool.
Except I think he was blind. Pretty woman. But I think you're gonna hurt yourself by doing that. That's all I'm saying. I mean, I'm a concerned person for you.
Here with the truth, no one can look at.
Does everything look blue coming out of that?
Mercy. Yeah, it does. It absolutely does.
See, that's
the world's got a blue tint.
Yeah, you're gonna have a problem when it doesn't have a blue tint anymore. When you take those off.
No, we're good so far. I got the red ones coming Wednesday. I got red ones too. I got red ones, and when the orange ones goes back in stock, I'll get those too. I'm gonna have one for every outfit, bud.
Why would you get orange? You don't ever wear orange.
Swamp Rabbits wear orange this year.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Swamp Rabbits wear orange this year. So
do they have round ones?
You know what? I'm gonna look for you. You'll wear them if they're round?
Yeah.
Yeah. Team sunglasses when it's dark outside. All right. We've got we've got this Vanderbilt team that all of the sudden Clark Lee has that loss to Alabama looking like, yeah, it's still a bad loss. Let's not pretend that's not a bad loss for Bama. But after they turn around the next week, The week after the most emotionally exhausting game in the history of Vanderbilt Commodore football, they go on the road to take on the Kentucky Wildcats. They go on the road to knock off Stoopsy's Kitties. I mean, that's a, in retrospect, a pretty good win, right? And then there's South Carolina. We mentioned 3-3. And to me, I look at it this way. That is, whether you like to acknowledge that these are real or not, that is a good moral victory. I know a lot of you don't like those words, but it is what it is. You went on the road to a team that America thought was going to line you up and squarely decimate your program, and you went on the road. And granted, let's keep it a buck here. It looks a lot more compelling because of the successful onside kick recovery. 90% of the time, Bama gets that ball. It doesn't look as close as it looked, but you got the onside kick. You went out there, you executed.
Can't we call it a building block on your way out of the hole?
That's my question.
Yeah, I mean, I know you got to look and see what they do next week.
Yeah, because again, the problem that I would argue has been what I would describe as the primary problem for Shane Beamer's entire tenure is a lack of consistency in performance. That's been the problem. You've had plenty of games like this one. You've had plenty of games like this one where you come out and you look great. The offense clicks. You put some yards up on the table. You go, uh-oh, maybe this team found a little something. And then you turn around the next week and it's like, oh, they lost it. They found a little something, and then they lost a little something. Where'd the something go? Y'all know where they put my something? I can't find my something. Like that's been the problem. And so my question mark is, because, hey, you remember how we said going into last week, you better look the hell out because Alabama just got embarrassed and they are going to want to defend themselves. They are going to want to go on the offensive. And we said that because they lost. Not they lost. They got embarrassed. Guess who you play on the road this weekend? OU. Oh, crap. OU got the hell beat out of them this weekend by their rivals in Texas.
Ohio University from the MAC?
That's the one.
Okay, that's OU.
Go Bobcats. The Oklahoma Boomer Sooners this weekend, who lost 34-3 to Texas. And by the way, Texas was like just okay this weekend. Quinn Ewers, for the first half of that game, looked like he had never touched a football before.
Coming back from injury.
I agree.
Yeah.
I understand. But Quinn Ewers...
Well, you would think the pressure of knowing your backup did pretty well while you were gone would make him play a little bit better. But
Arch did do pretty well. But still, that's supposed to be a guy that's going to the Heisman run. Oklahoma got thoroughly embarrassed in this game by Texas, 34-3, and it wasn't that close. So now my question is going to be, and I don't think that this is a fair one. I don't think that this is me engaging certified hater mode.
Certified hater mode.
Can you do the same thing again? Can you go up against a team that on paper is more talented than you? Go up against the team that on paper has outperformed you. Can you go up against a team on the road against that team? Can you weather the storm of them wanting to make a point, to prove a point, and compete in that game? What did I say against Ole Miss? I said it against Alabama. I said it against LSU. To me, eventually you want the wins. Eventually, games like LSU, games like Ole Miss, hell, games like this one against Alabama, eventually those have to start turning into dubs. Yeah, eventually a bunch of close L's aren't going to get it. But can you compete? Can you show that last week was the reality, not Ole Miss? Can you show me that last week was who your team is, not 2 weeks before that? Because if the answer is yes, now I got something. Now I'm feeling a hell of a lot better than I did 2 weeks ago. Texas said, I think the Bama game makes the Ole Miss game look like the fluke rather than the Kentucky and LSU games looking fluky. I agree with you. It does look now like South Carolina's loss to Ole Miss was the fluke, not the other ways around. Can you sustain that? Back after this on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
College football over the weekend, huge win for number 10 Clemson, 49-14 at Wake Forest. The Tigers are 5-1 with the win. Chattanooga rolled past Furman, 41-10. The Paladins dropped to 2-4. Number 7 Alabama.
Okay. BRB.
Gamecocks 3-3 with the result. Wofford beat BMI 31-16. Terriers are 3-3.
Third and 3 at the 5. They're going to hand the ball left side. Here's Bijan Robinson. Touchdown, Atlanta.
Falcons radio 38-20 to win over the Panthers in Charlotte on Sunday. Carolina drops to 1-5, 0-3 at home. The Falcons 2-0 on the road this season, 4-2 overall. Andy Dalton connected on a pair of touchdown passes, but got picked off twice. Deontay Johnson and Xavier Leggett all the touchdown passes for the Panthers. The Fan Upstate is your home for Paladins football and basketball. Follow all the action live right here on the Fan Upstate. Download the Odyssey app, search the Fan Upstate, and listen anywhere on your phone.
Up to the minute of state traffic. The Cordell and Cordell construction team shows they decided to get an early start this week on the I-85 project. Overnight roadwork southbound 85 at Augusta Road is at the 2 left lanes closed overnight. It looks like they're putting everything away and sweeping up, so traffic should be back to normal shortly. 29 Wade Hampton is a clear shot between Spartanburg and Greenville. From the News Talk 98.9 WORD traffic. I'm Bill Brooks.
I couldn't stop talking about it to my family and friends. I knew they were in trouble, but for me to tell them now that I'm doing so much better, they were amazed, and I've been amazed.
QC Kinetics Cellular Therapies. Yes, it is amazing how these non-surgical treatments deliver joint pain relief for patients like Dr. Eric Williams, a successful chiropractor.
Each week I just started noticing that I could sleep and not have pain. I could play pickleball. I could do a CrossFit exercise routine.
QC Kinetics revitalizes your joints so you can move again without the pain pills or invasive surgery.
I'm 60 years old and I want to stay competitive as long as I can. And QC has allowed me to do that. They did me right and really made a difference in my life.
Book your free consultation with QC Kinetics today and experience the difference for yourself.
I like to go, move, move, move.
QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 864-448-3772. That's 864-448-3772. 864-448-3772.
Ingalls Markets is devastated by the catastrophic damage from Helene. Unprecedented destruction and tragic loss of life have touched every town, city, community, and business. Our hometown, Black Mountain, North Carolina, which houses our distribution center, was one of these areas. Ingalls has stores in our region with significant damage and some stores still without power and water. We are working diligently to bring operations back online and begin helping our community. At this time when we are reliant, we are grateful to our vendors, media partners, and charity organizations we have coming to help us. Amid everything, we're very proud of our employees, as they've been first responders, distributing goods to emergency management channels, assisting the Red Cross, and coordinating ways to do whatever possible to give.
I ended up accidentally last night down a rabbit hole of fight videos.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them was in this Chinese restaurant. And this guy, these two dudes are fighting. And this guy goes to pick up a frying pan. I'm assuming to go full Fortnite and use it on a dude.
Or Jackie Chan. I mean, you
Do
know,
what?
or Jackie Chan.
Yeah. He goes to pick up the frying pan. Well, when he does and he picks it up, it turns out the frying pan was in use and had oil in it.
Oh.
Uh-huh. And it comes flowing out all over the dude's arm, steaming. And this dude picks it up, Zoe, and he doesn't miss a step. He just flings it. And I'm like, that dude's adrenaline has to be at 7,000% for him to just take a batch of hot oil to the arm and power through it to make sure he flings that frying pan at somebody. That's impressive.
and happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Coming to
We'll address that, Kevin, because I disagree with that sentiment entirely.
I'm sure he's on somewhere if you want to go listen to him.
No,
you
stay here.
I mean,
Stay here. But just stay here so I can explain why that's incorrect. That's an old school mentality that works only when you're good. And also, having that mentality doesn't mean that you don't want to win. You just recognize that getting better comes in steps, not in jumps. That's a good line. I should use that.
it's the glasses, man, making you, wow, that's a good line. I think I'll use that. Where's my guy? My guy's not in here. I need my guy in here so he can record when I do this stuff. Guy, where are you? He's usually in here. You can't see him. He's out of camera shot. Just taking notes. Rob will look at him every once in a while and give that nod, and he'll star that part of the show. You're not going to wear those tomorrow, are you? You are, aren't you?
I haven't ruled it out.
Oh,
They match the shirt. They match the polo.
wow.
I haven't ruled it out. I'm going when the show ends today. So we have school picture day tomorrow. Okay. The whole building, it's school picture day tomorrow.
See, you can sell it as that, and I thought of that too. But at the same time, it's a GQ photo shoot, man. You had to book your time. You get a full half hour.
Oh yeah.
You get to bring multiple outfits.
Props.
It's as close to a GQ photo shoot as we're gonna get.
Yeah, it's school picture day, but it's photo shoot day for sure.
I've done them before in the past. They're always fun, and unless you're like me and you've put on a lot of weight, and then you don't really want to do it, but I'll still have fun with it anyway.
So they've booked, and from my understanding, the way it's going to work out is that I'm going to go in there. I'll get like 15 minutes of individual photos. Then Zoe and I will have like 15 minutes of team pictures, and then Zoe will have 15 minutes of photos, or flip them around, whatever order, but it doesn't matter.
I think we actually have the full hour. I think
Dope.
You booked a half hour, and I booked a half hour at it.
All right,
after
perfect. So it's going to be like 20 minutes of one, 20 minutes of the other, 20 minutes of us both. And they'll send us 2 pictures back to use. All right.
And they'll be the 2 that we don't want.
Correct.
Yeah.
But the point here is it's school picture day tomorrow. And I'm trying to decide if I make the, as my wife called them, Jeffrey Dahmer-esque glasses.
I can see it. Definitely see it.
You know what I'll do?
Especially when you go with the red. It's going to be interesting.
I got red and yellow coming. And when they come back in stock, orange too. We're going to have the full spectrum of colors here. You know what I do, Zoe, is I do every picture twice. I do every pose twice, one with, one without. And then we'll decide if I keep them as part of the uniform or not. I haven't decided yet.
And I just want to know if they can airbrush me thinner. That's all I want to know, which is they can't.
So we'll see how school picture day looks tomorrow. I think they might be part of the vibe now. We'll see. Kevin jumps on the live stream, which you can too at facebook.com/thefanupstate, at facebook.com/the Rob Brown Show, at YouTube, the Rob Brown Show, at YouTube, the Fan Upstate, or any of us, or excuse me, on Twitch, and then you can tweet any of us, should you elect to do so. You can tweet any of us at the Rob Brown Show, at Lonzo on Word, at the Fan Upstate. All the different ways to get in touch with the show. But come watch the live stream on Facebook, the Fan Upstate or the Rob Brown Show, on YouTube, the Fan Upstate or the Rob Brown Show, or the Rob Brown Show on Twitch. Kevin chimed in and said there are no moral victories in FBS 1A football. As my good man Mark Ryan says, that's loser mentality, ... That's Gamecock mentality, ...
I can't tell if that's sarcasm or if that's just or
Yes,
if
he's calling Gamecock fans losers.
No, are you sure he's
Yes.
just not being sarcastic and making fun of the person who is his good man?
No,
Because we read these things a certain way, and sometimes we're wrong, and they're actually just being sarcastic about that person.
No, I think he's being genuine here. But let's address it for the
it wouldn't
sake
be
of
sarcastic about that person because he has those takes. That's all he has is hot takes.
For the sake of the conversation and the sake of the fact that I know for a fact that there are a lot of people with that thought process. Let's address it, assuming that it's real. He does pop up and say, definitely not sarcasm. So, which is exactly what I'd say if it was sarcasm. Definitely not sarcasm. But
so you're still playing us, Kevin, because there's no way that you would listen to that guy and go, that's my man. I mean, what's that say?
For the sake of the conversation, let's address this take as being deadly serious. There are no moral victories in FBS 1A football. As my good man Mark says, that's loser mentality. That's Gamecock mentality.
Are there in lower levels of football? Is it how about in NFL? So it's only FBS 1A.
I don't care if you are talking Pee-wee, middle school, high school, FCS, FBS, Division II, Division I, the NFL, Arena League, Euro League. I don't care what you're talking about.
The XFL, UFL, whatever that's called now.
The USFL, the regular UFL, the XFL, whatever league you're talking about. I disagree with that take. And the reason why is greatness does not occur in leaps. It occurs in steps. Greatness is not something that one day you're bad and then the next game you're excellent. Greatness is something that is achieved step by step. It is achieved milestone by milestone. And one of the things that you will learn, I've told you guys before, and I'm not shy of it. I am not ashamed of it. In fact, I'm quite proud of it. I have been to and through therapy in the past. In fact, that includes right when I moved here. I had a real bad go of life before I ended up here. And one of the lessons that I was taught, one of the things that has stuck with me through therapy was how important it is not just to set goals and not just to work towards those goals and not just to knock those goals down, because it is important. Set them, move towards them, knock them down. But the most important thing you can do in order to continue to achieve more goals is make sure that you take the time to recognize and to celebrate your milestone achievements. Not even necessarily just when you tick off a goal, but when you make progress, to say, hey, I have made this progress. I have gone a step in the right direction. I am pointed on my way, and I have accomplished something. Now, in the grand scheme of things, 5, 6, 7 years from now, if the Gamecocks are in the same place they are now, are we going to look back to October 12th, 2024 in a loss to Alabama? Are we going to look back at that game and go, wow, what an accomplishment? They went to Tuscaloosa after an L to Ole Miss. They went to Tuscaloosa against a Crimson Tide team that had lost to Vanderbilt the week before, and they only lost by 2. No, we're not going to say that. But let's look at this a different way. What if South Carolina takes everything that they learned in this loss to Alabama, and next week they go on the road and they do beat Oklahoma? And let's say that they take everything they learned in this loss to Alabama and they go win a close game against Oklahoma. And then let's say they come back to the Hizzle on November 2nd. And let's say they knock off Texas A&M and they have back-to-back wins. Then will you look through your Gamecock-tinted glasses back at this Alabama game and say, There was something there. There was something there. We learned something in that game. We took a step in the right direction in that game because to me, the answer theoretically, hypothetically would be yes. And so to me, it is important to look at what happened on Saturday and not just look at it and go, wow, we were competitive. Wow. We made Rob Brown look like an idiot on the radio. What an accomplishment. It's not. I do it every day. But man, we went and we competed. What it is important to do is look at that game and say, we accomplished something on Saturday. Not the win, not the ultimate objective, but we accomplished something. And to figure out all the things that you did in that game that let you accomplish that thing, that let you turn the narrative that you were going to get your ass kicked into you had Bama fans sweating bullets at the end of that game. Sweating bullets. So how? What do we do right in that contest that we had Bama fans sweating bullets? And you take those things and you grow on them and you take them into this week's practice and then you put them into play against OU. And if you go get the win against OU, you're looking back at that Bama game. You're looking at the parts of the game plan that worked. You're looking at the part of the run-up to the game that worked. You're looking at all the disciplinary lessons that went into play from the Sunday before until Saturday at noon. You're taking all those things, and now that becomes what you do. That becomes part of who you are. That becomes part of your game week preparation. And all the things that you did leading up to the Ole Miss game, those go away. That's not your identity. That's not part of your game day run. That's not part of your game week setup and preparation. You get rid of all of that and you look at it from the perspective of Bama week. And if you take this and you turn it into a win on the road in Norman, Oklahoma, that Bama loss, even though it is a loss, that Bama loss suddenly becomes not a win, but a milestone. And if 2 years from now, South Carolina is genuinely competing in the Southeastern Conference, is genuinely in the road to be, even 2 years from now, let's say a fourth or fifth team with the shortest odds to get into the SEC title game, this Bama game becomes a platform, a launching pad for that momentum to that spot. Now, if you come out this weekend and you stink against OU, the Bama game means not a damn thing. It means nothing. But if you come out this weekend and you take all the lessons that you learned and you take all the preparations you went through that had you ready for this game because you were ready for this game and you put them into play against Oklahoma and you go get that dub against Oklahoma, now all of a sudden Bama isn't a moral victory, it's a milestone. Now all of a sudden Bama isn't a moral victory. It was a moment where something shifted within this program, but it only matters if the C word is said. Consistency. If you are consistent from last week to this week, then it's a milestone. If you are inconsistent, you come out and you go back to the same game plan you had against Ole Miss, you go back to disciplinary issues, then what happened Saturday doesn't freaking matter. So the question for the Gamecock fans is, will your team show consistency from last week to this week? And if so, then now all of a sudden, it's not just a moral victory, it's a milestone on the path to success, not just a glimmer in the distance. Speaking of consistency, if South Carolina comes out and performs with a consistency that Lonzo performs when he excels at sports flashes, you'll win the rest of your games.
By the way, Kevin, a lot of orange on your profile, and Mark doesn't like your team.
Oh, you went creeping.
The new AP Top 25 poll is out, and 3 undefeated teams stand on top. Texas stays at number 1, followed by Oregon, Penn State jumps to number 3, followed by Ohio State and Georgia. Miami, Alabama, LSU, Iowa State, and Clemson round out the top 10. Carolina Panthers fell to 1-5 with a 38-20 loss to the Atlanta Falcons yesterday. Andy Dalton went 26 of 38 for 221 yards with 2 touchdowns and 2 picks. Kirk Cousins went 19 for 225 yards and a touchdown, while Atlanta racked up 198 rushing yards and 3 touchdowns on the ground. Carolina visits the Washington Commanders this Sunday at 4:05. Tune in Saturday at 12:30 as Furman Paladins take on the Western Carolina Catamounts. It's Furman versus Western Carolina right here on your home for Paladins football. The Fan, Upstate.
American-made windows of the upstate. Now, they're a locally owned company. I'll let Don and Pam show you how to save money on one of the best investments you'll ever make for your home. High utility bills, rotting window sills, moisture between panes, rooms that are too hot or too cold to even sit in. That's all signs that you need new windows, so make sure to get yours from American-made windows of the upstate. You can find them online at AmericanMadeWindowsUpstate.com. That's AmericanMadeWindowsUpstate.com. The best windows are American-made.
Mad World Haunted Attraction is now open. Voted one of America's top haunts and #1 in South Carolina. Located in Piedmont on I-85 exit 35. Grab your friends and get ready to scream. Buy your tickets now at madworldattractions.com. Do you need information on disaster relief or how to volunteer? Text keyword relief to 71307. A link with disaster relief information will be sent directly to your phone. Text the keyword relief to 71307. Standard text and data rates may apply.
October is here, and in Greenville County Animal Care, it's time to see the shelter. To help us do so, we are offering free pet adoptions. We have a great variety of loving dogs and cats. All pets are spayed or neutered, microchipped, and vaccinated. Professional counselors will help you make a perfect match. It's all free. Fill your home with love by helping empty the shelter. Adopt a free pet today at Greenville County Animal Care. GreenvillePets.org.
Pizza just goes better with Pepsi Zero Sugar. But don't take our word for it. In fact, don't take any words for it. Crispy and cheesy, paired with delicious and refreshing. My mouth is watering already. Ooh, too high. Yeah, we've all been there. Every bite is better with Pepsi.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise,
It's not creeping, it's research.
Granger offers product information
Fair.
online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs.
And testing a theory,
Having answers.
a well-founded theory that was proved correct. So, you know.
Granger, for the ones who get it done.
A tough loss for the Burns Rebels this past Friday night as the Gaffney Indians defeated the Burns Rebels 15-9 in double overtime. The Burns Rebels are now 2-1 in region play and 2-4 on the season. The Burns Rebels are on the road again on Friday, as they are each and every week in 2024. This week at Eastside, the Burns Rebels at Eastside Friday night. The Fan Upstate, the home of Burns Rebels football, brought to you by Founders Federal Credit Union.
Wire to wire with
You have to talk to him about that. Like said the name 35 times in 30 seconds.
1984, one of the best songs freaking ever was released. Diesel, I'm a little upset with you today. You did give me some bad news that, man, I don't know if it'll sit well with
So I'm gonna have to get new numbers because they covered up our numbers, which means less fill for this show and more fill for that show.
Yeah, that's got to get fixed.
Overrated. When Doves Cry, better song. Little Red Corvette, better song. Hell, the song that he wrote for Batman was a better song.
Do you think it's better than purple freaking rain? There's nothing better, man. Is purple rain better than
They are undefeated, Zach. And that'll work itself out.
Yes, it will.
There are 2 undefeated teams left in the Big Ten. Ohio State plays both of them. So, or 3 because of Oregon. So you beat those other 2 teams. You play Oregon again in the Big Ten championship. We shall see.
We shall indeed. Yeah, that's a tough out for Senga. And on top of that, I think Senga's cooked for the postseason. So now you're down a starter if this goes deep, Joe. We're going to talk about baseball. Are we going to talk about baseball today? You're damn right we're going to talk about baseball today because the National League Championship Series underway. The Dodgers hammered the Mets last night 9-0. The American League Championship Series gets its start tonight. The top 2 teams over in the AL, by the way, the 2 teams with the bye in the American League, both combating for the ticket to the World Series over on that side of the equation. All of that coming up tonight, and we are going to address the games of the weekend and get you set up for the championship series on both sides coming up later today. We got to get to NASCAR. We had a little breaking news last night out of the world of NASCAR that changed the drivers that have made it to the 3rd round of the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs. We're going to talk some racing later on in the show. And of course, a ton of collegiate and national football league over the next trace 3 hours of the show. So I hope you'll stick with us. Rob Brown, the Great One Lonzo with you as we start hour number 2 of the Rob Brown radio program. All the different ways you can get in touch with the show. The Renewal by Interstate of the Carolinas fan phone is open 844-326-3663. 844-FANFONE. You can shoot us a text at 71307, 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-N, FAN, F-A-N, and we will read them on the air. You can tweet me at The Rob Brown Show. You can tweet the Great One at Lonzo on Word. You can tweet everybody up in here at The Fan Upstate if you want to come at us in that direction. And, of course, don't forget about the Ray Memorial Hotline. Go to the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Go to the Fan Upstate page on the Odyssey app, which is free to put on all your digital devices. Go to the Fan Upstate page. On the middle of that page, there's a little microphone button. You click on that little microphone button, and you can drop a 60-second voice message that comes directly to the Great One and I. Go to the Odyssey app. Go to the Fan Upstate page. Click on that microphone button. Drop that 60-second note. We got a couple over the weekend. One I'm going to screen during the break from Drew in Greenville, South Carolina. That came in, Great One, Saturday night at 11:09 p.m. I'm very excited to hear what Drew had to say. Also got one from Greg in Lyman at 6:50 a.m. on Friday morning.
I'm going to guess the Saturday night one had something to do with the Ohio State game because that's about,
that or
when it was over.
That is about when it's over. It is very possible that is Ohio State Oregon related, which we're going to talk about that game in a few minutes. It's also very possible that that's a Gamecock fan who had to get over the disappointment, but wanted to point the cannons directly at me. And by the way, deserved, earned, justified, warranted. Gamecock fans, the line's open. I take my crow medium rare. We're going to talk about all of that and more, but it's 7:04 in the morning. You're less than 56 minutes away from having to get clocked in and locked in at the office. And when you do, you're going to be talking sports. And if you're going to be talking sports, you got to know what's going on in the world of sports. And if you've got to know what's going on in the world of sports, don't you worry. Lonzo and I are here to inform you, educate, enlighten you with this.
Are you ready for the playbook of the peculiar? The Almanac of the absurd in the encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the 3 top stories that will have your coworkers saying, first bathroom break.
No.
Here we go. Welcome to the water cooler cheat sheet on the Fan Upstate.
Hit him with the old double meow. The old 2 for meow.
Just sending out a rallying cry for some, because we haven't talked about a certain team yet. So
Haven't yet. Am going to. Did exactly what they were supposed to do. We're going to come to that here in just a minute from right now, but let us dive right into the water cooler cheat sheet. The top 3 sports stories you need to know before you get to the office this morning with item number 1. Your new AP Top 25 poll is out, and it is nearly a mirror image of the AFCA coaches poll. Here's how they are stacked up. Ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls, yes, it's true. It's damn true. Army and Navy are both ranked. Hell yeah. Navy sneaking in at 25, Michigan at 24, 23 Army. The boys are here. The service academies are electrifying right now. 25 Navy, 24 Michigan, 23 Army. Just ahead of Army, Illinois checks in at 22. SMU at 21, and Pitt at 20. Couple of ACC squads inside the top 25. Mizzou at 5-1 is 19, up a couple of spots, down 9 positions after their second loss of the season are the Ole Miss Running Rebels, number 18. 17, Kansas State gets to bump up a notch after knocking off Colorado this weekend. Indiana is still undefeated, dude. You know why they're undefeated?
Yeah, it's pretty simple. I win. Google me.
Because they win. Google them. Boise State, Ashton Jancy is a dude, 5-1 at number 15. Texas A&M up a spot to 14. BYU up a spot to 13. Despite not losing a game, Notre Dame does fall another position down to number 12. Tennessee, after a close win over Florida, down 3 spots to 11. Clemson will stay put at number 10, 5-1. Clemson inside the top 10, but they were unable to move up despite a dominating victory over Wake Forest. They get jumped not once, but twice. The Iowa State Cyclones now ahead of the Clemson Tigers by just 2 total points, by the way, which is like one dude's vote somewhere way down the line. LSU moves up 5 positions after their win at home over Ole Miss. They are now number 8. Bama stays put at 7. Miami stays put at 6. Georgia stays put at 5. Ohio State takes the L to the Oregon Ducks, but great one. It could have been way worse. You fall only 2 spots down to number 4.
You shocked by that? Because I thought it would be somewhere between 6 and 8.
I thought they were going to put you at least behind Georgia. I really did. I thought they were going to look and go, you know what the biggest help in the world was for you? Vanderbilt and South Carolina.
I was going to say, I think the biggest help was people actually watched that game.
Yep.
I mean, that could have went either way.
Georgia losing to Bama, but Bama turning around and losing to Vanderbilt and then getting into a absolute slobber knocker with South Carolina helps Ohio State stay inside the top 5 at number 4 after the L. Penn State does jump the Buckeyes up to number 3. Oregon has 6 of the 62 first place votes after they win at home, Autzen Stadium, over the Ohio State University Buckeyes. Texas blast Oklahoma. 56 of the 62 first place votes belong to the Longhorns, who stay at number 1. Over in the coaches poll, Tennessee is number 10, Clemson at 9, up a pair of spots, LSU at 8, up a couple of spots, Bama also at 7, Miami also at 6. Georgia does leap Ohio State in the coaches poll. The Buckeyes fell 2 spots in the top 25. They fall 3 spots in the coaches poll down to number 5. Georgia is at number 4. Penn State leaps Ohio State and Georgia to number 3. Oregon second in the coaches poll with 2 first-place votes, and Texas has 53 of the 55 first-place votes in the coaches poll, so they check in at number 1. Over in the AP poll, Vanderbilt just on the outside, 68 first-place votes. The Doors are a dub away from being ranked. Yes, those Doors. Clark Lee's Vanderbilt Commodores, a vote away from being ranked. Nebraska, Arizona State, Oklahoma, Washington State, Iowa, Texas Tech, Syracuse, Arkansas, Utah, USC, Liberty, and UNLV on the outside looking in for the AP poll. Oklahoma, Arizona State, Navy, Utah, Vandy, Syracuse, UNLV, Iowa, Texas Tech, Liberty, Washington State, Memphis, James Madison, and Tulane just on the outside looking in the coaches
I just
poll.
looked it up. The first CFP is November 5th.
Okay, couple weeks out.
Yep.
Couple weeks out.
Because I definitely would be interested if it would have been out this week, how they would have ranked it.
Do not disagree at all. Let's go to item number 2. Scoreboard in the NFL included a game for the Carolina Panthers divisional game last night as the Atlanta Falcons came a-calling to Charlotte, North Carolina, and it went pretty much about as, I think, how you'd expect it to, with a banged-up Carolina defense. 38-20, your final, the first game in a minute that the Atlanta Falcons weren't pressed to the wall inside the fourth quarter of this one. Kirk Cousins, 19 of 30, 225, and a tutty, but it was the ground game for the ATL that won in this game. 105 yards from Tyler Algier, whatever. He had a touchdown on the ground. Bijan Robinson had 95 yards on 15 carries, averaged over 6 yards per carry, had a couple of tutties as well. The Falcons, 198 rushing yards, and if it wasn't for 2 Kirk Cousins sacks that resulted in -5 yards, the Falcons would have crossed the double century mark against the Carolina defense. Andy Dalton, 26 of 38, 221, a pair of tutties, a pair of picks in this one. Carolina did rush the ball for 114 yards, 92 of them from Chuba Hubbard, but they did not punch one in on the ground. 78 yards of receiving for Deontay Johnson on 6 grabs. He had a touchdown. Xavier Legette had 23 yards, but one of them a 13-yard reception inside the painted grass to score one as well.
I watched the game and I'm thinking, I never thought they would win, but there were moments that looked pretty good, all things considered. I mean, the fact that they, half the team is on IR.
Seriously, dude. It's a mash unit right now. I mean, guys down everywhere. Look, and we're going to hear from JC Horn coming up during the audio blitz in an hour from now. His thoughts on this game. And I don't ordinarily do this because NFL football players get paid way too much for me to feel bad for them. But I kind of listen to JC's comments and I'm like, I feel bad for this guy, right? Like this seems so damn banged up. I don't know what they can do right now. This team's so jacked up right now. 38-20. Your final in that one. The other NFC South matchup, Spencer Rattler got his first start for our New Orleans Saints. And the Saints defense let Tampa put 50-1 up on them. Karma from weeks 1 and 2, where the Saints made everybody think maybe they're okay. No, they're not. They're not. As I've said a whole bunch of times.
Looked promising going into halftime.
It looked bad. First half had like 150 yards and a pretty good completion percentage. And by the way, I say all that, Zoe. Olave took a concussion and again on a ball that he caught, but then he fumbled and dropped it. You put that one on. He also had, I think, who was it, Juwan Johnson coming across the middle and put one right in his hands that he dropped. There were, I think, if I recall correctly, there were 4 drops in this game from New Orleans that coulda, shoulda, woulda been big gainers or at least middle gainers. Olave catches one. Rattler's over 250 yards. Juwan catches the one across the middle in the first half that ended a drive. Rat's probably closer to 270. and one of those picks comes off the board. Spencer Rattler was. And I again, you guys know that I assign credit and blame to the offense, not the quarterback. The offense let Spencer Rattler down in this game. As a Saints fan, I'm calling it as I see it. The wide receivers in particular let Rattler down in this game. Spencer Rattler's final number was 22 of 40, 243, a touch and a pick. Rattler's number should have been, Lonzo, probably closer to 26 of 40 for 290, 2 touchdowns and 1 pick. There was one pick that was just a bad throw. It was just a bad throw. But as I had to remind some of my Saints fans yesterday, my guy is making his first NFL start behind a patchwork offensive line on effectively 5 days of notice. Yeah, he's not going to look like Dan Marino.
I was going to ask you, did he have better protection yesterday or when he played for South Carolina?
No. C, none of the above. It's just bad. All right, very quickly, let's go through.
I just meant that because he's used to not having protection in front of him.
Oh, no, for sure. He had to lean on that experience yesterday, as the Saints offensive line is a hospital ward right now. Item number 3. Baseball playoff championship series underway. We got started with the National League Championship Series last night, and then we didn't get started at all. At least the New York Mets did not. 9-0. The Dodgers hammer New York in game number 1. Kodai Senga was the starting pitcher for the Mets. Left after just 4 outs. He surrendered 2 hits and 3 earned runs before he got yanked. He threw only 30 pitches, and only, I think, 20 of them were strikes. At the end of the day, something was wrong with Kodai Senga. Remember, Senga pitched 1 game in the regular season. He threw 1 against the Braves all the way back in July, made his postseason debut in the Mets divisional round series in game number 1, and he had the Mets fans super hyped, but he was clearly not ready yesterday. Do not know if we'll see Senga again in the postseason. Effectively turned that into a bullpen game for the New York Mets and effectively cost them the game because the bullpen could not keep up with the Dodger starters. Jack Flaherty, 7 innings pitched, surrendered just 2 hits, K'd 6 through 98 pitches. The Dodgers racked up 9 hits in this one. No dingus. Didn't want him. Didn't need him. 3 RBIs from Mookie Betts. Shohei had a 2-hit day, including an RBI. Freddie had a 2-hit day, including an RBI. And Enrique Hernandez had a 2-hit day, and he had a couple of other 1-hit days sprinkled in there for the Dodgers all of the sudden. And this is what I wondered. For the teams that caught the bye, and I was talking about the Phillies who are gone. I was talking about the Dodgers who came into this hot. I was talking about the Guardians whose bats woke up and gave 5 against the Tigers. And I'm worried about the Yankees who have made it to the ALCS, but have done so despite the fact that their bats have not woken up at all. This is a tale of 4 cities when it comes to the 4 teams on the bye. Philly gone, Dodgers hot on the NL side. Guardians hot, Yankees cold, but both in the championship series on the American League side. The Dodgers strike first. They're up 1-0 in the NLCS over the Mets. 2 games tonight. The NLCS will have game 2 start off tonight at 4:08 p.m. out in Los Angeles. The Yankees will host the Guardians tonight at 7:38 in game 1. Cobb versus Rodon is your matchup. Neither one of these pitchers with a postseason win so far in 2024. So that's where we are. That's where we stand. 844-326-3663, 844-FAN phone. That's the number to the Renewal by Anderson of the Carolinas fan phone. The text line 71307, 71307. Start your text with FAN, FAN, and join us on the stream on Facebook, the YouTube, and the Twitch, the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate right there for you. Love to have you join the live stream. Lonzo and I are back to continue talking college football after this on the Fan Upstate.
I didn't hear it. Is it?
Ouch.
Told you. Told you because of the timing of the call.
That's the one that came in. What day was the 11th? Oh, that was from Friday's show.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Did I have a boo-boo? Is that what
No, did you have a boo-boo?
Is that when I did the finger thing?
I don't
I mean, remember I
it might have been.
it could have. It's still sore, by the way. Oh no, it's when you punch me and my middle nut. I know you're doing that.
Of doom.
I am old and arthritic, and the middle knuckle still hurts, by the way. Elderly abuse. That's what I'm going with.
All right, guys, give me 30 seconds. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Ohio State, Oregon was everything that we wanted it to be, and then a little bit more. Great one. I know.
I don't know about everything we wanted it to be.
Okay, that's fair.
I mean,
that's fair. It's not everything. Well, it's not everything you wanted it to be. It's everything that everybody else wanted it to be. What a game. What an absolute game that was.
What a mistake at the end.
Yeah. Yeah. Will Howard wants that one back. That one hurt his feelings like a lot.
Oh, it hurt more than his feelings. Yeah.
That's one he's going to be sitting with for a very long time.
Well, hopefully you'll have a chance to make up for it.
Situational awareness is everything, dudes and dudettes. You kids out there, my dudes out there. I need you to keep those words in your head forever and always. Situational awareness means everything. If you are not situationally aware, you are going to find yourself in some real bad spots. And that is ultimately what happened to the Ohio State University Buckeyes. The situational awareness of one Will Howard just wasn't there. And for the record, the chance was there. I mean, honestly, the chance is there. Now, I also have to say this. Lonzo, I have given you a bunch of crap. I've given the Buckeye Nation a bunch of crap about Ryan Day and the fact that you brought up at one point on this show, if Ryan Day loses to Michigan again, he's done, right? Especially this year.
I was going to say especially this year with how Michigan is playing this year for sure.
If he loses to Michigan again, he's cooked. And I've said a number of times that's ludicrous. And I'm not talking about ludicrous. I'm talking about ludicrous.
Yeah, if he shows up in the studio like the commercial, we will do an interview.
I was kind of hoping he would. That's ludicrous. That's a to me, that's a ludicrous take. And I've told Zoe this many times. Losing that game is not losing that game that way, with the exception of not having your quarterback coached up to handle that moment and that pressure, kind of like we talked about with Lenora Sellers. Losing that game on the road at Autzen, there's nothing wrong with that.
As I told my wife, this is a Kansas City game, and that's what it ended up being. Whoever has the ball last more than likely is going to win, even though Ohio State had the. If it was Patrick Mahomes, they would have won. But of course, he's not. He definitely made a mistake. I just hope he's not getting a bunch of hate over that, because I think that's a mistake you can learn from. And at the moment, it's just like your heart sinks as you watch the.
When he took off, I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, it's like, go down.
He doesn't know. It doesn't matter. You're having timeouts. You were cooked.
And also,
as soon as he crossed the line of scrimmage, I'm like, ball game.
I think they had it set up because they thought the clock had stopped and it hadn't after that penalty. And I think that kind of messed them up because they lost, I don't know what, like 12 seconds or something because of that.
So
it was kind of a meltdown at the end.
One of the things that I was going to say there about why I do not look at Ryan Day and go, what a bum after this loss.
By the way, I didn't know that either. So now I've learned about the clock doing that.
Is because Dan Lanning was a mastermind in the way that he handled that. So if you didn't see the end of the game, effectively what happened was this. Ohio State's got the ball. They are crossed midfield. They need a field goal in this spot, right? And the Ducks allow the Buckeyes, who need 10 yards, I think 12, if I recall correctly, Zoe, you need, what was it, like 8 to get a first down, 12 to get into field goal range.
Yeah, something like that.
And so Dan Lanning sends out his defense. Ohio State sends out the offense. Dan Lanning waits until Ohio State's team is set up, ready to run the play. And then Dan Lanning sends a 12th defender on, intentionally so. Sends on a 12th defender. So obviously...
Wait, so you're saying, has he said he did that on purpose?
No, but I'm telling you he did. And I'll tell you why he did. It makes complete
well, he
sense.
would never admit to it anyway. But I get what you're saying.
I would. He played the rules.
It sounds like a little conspiracy going on.
I don't think it is at all. Here's what happened.
Because that would be, I know it's not cheating, but it's kind of cheap.
It's absolutely not cheating.
It's kind of cheap though.
I mean, you would feel that way if it's done against you, and if it's your coach that does it. What a stroke from a mastermind.
I still would think it's cheap.
So let me explain what happened. Dan Lanning allows the Ohio State offense to get set up. After it's set up and ready to run the play, Dan Lanning has another defender run onto the field. This does a couple of things. It effectively, I'm not going to say prevents, but for Ohio State to run a play that would have gotten them into field goal position, they would have had to do it against an extra defender. They would have had to do it against an extra zone spot. And so they run this guy on. Lanning knows it's an illegal substitution penalty, which allows the play to happen, but also is decreasing dramatically the odds that Will Howard does something that gets the Buckeyes into field goal range because you got an extra pass defender back there somewhere. And if nothing happens, it's a 5-yard penalty. Ohio State is going to have 7 to 8 seconds run off the play clock, which correctly, he assumed, would put them at about 6 seconds. And the absolute best case scenario for Ohio State, they beat an extra defender. Worst case scenario for Oregon is they beat a defender. Best case scenario for Oregon, nothing happens, and they have effectively sacrificed 5 yards to Ohio State in return for burning 7 seconds off the clock. Ohio State with 5 yards for free is still not anywhere near. They're still 7 yards short of a career long for the kicker. And on top of that, with all due respect to the horse chestnuts, Ohio State doesn't exactly have a pristine record when it comes to kickers needing to hit walk-offs right now.
Not lately.
Not lately.
Sure. Yeah, those seconds probably.
It won Oregon the game.
It did. It did, because he would have had, what, 2 plays?
Yep.
Which would have got him down in range.
If Howard does the exact same thing, but he does it with 12 and a half, 13 seconds on the clock, he's down with 5 seconds left. He clocks the ball,
I think
Ohio State's got a shot.
I thought they had a timeout left.
I don't think you did.
I'm pretty sure they had
But even if you did, it
there
still won him the game.
There was just no time to call the timeout because there was no clock left.
Yeah. So because of the addition.
I don't believe it, by the way. Everything that you just laid out makes perfect sense, but I don't believe he did it on
That's
purpose.
because you're a good person who expects that everybody is going to play squeaky clean and to the intent of the game and the rules. The reality here is that's a masterstroke from Dan Lanning. That's a beautiful moment of coaching from Dan Lanning. Yeah, I am going to willfully and intentionally violate a rule in order to create a situation where you guys are at a distinct disadvantage to me, and it would work like a dream. Will Howard goes out. He drops back to pass on the second to last play. There's nobody available. It's a dead play. You sacrifice 6.5, 7 seconds in return for 5 yards, or I guess you sacrifice 5 yards for 6.5 to 7 seconds. And now the situation you find yourself in is Will Howard's got the ball. There's 6 seconds left. And by and large, unless they do something special, what I'm doing on defense in that spot is what? I'm going 3 high safety. I'm putting 2 guys on the outside. I'm putting 2 guys. I want your foot on the sideline. And no matter what wide receivers run at you, I want you between them and the sideline, right? So I got 3 back. I got 1 man in the middle spying on Howard. I'm putting guys on the outside, on the sideline. Do not let anybody get out of bounds on this play, right? And unless Ohio State does something special, most plays take 6 to 7 seconds to run. Because, again, you still needed 7 more yards to kick the longest career field goal of the kicker. So they really needed, realistically, more like 10 to 12. That's a 6-second play. So by running the extra defender out there, Dan Lanning says, we're going to make it near impossible for you to pick up 7+ yards. And we're willing to give you 5 in order to burn half of what is left on the play clock off the play clock. We're gonna give you that 5 seconds.
Okay, I looked it up and I was right. They did have another
Okay.
timeout.
I mean, that's fine. But even still,
because I'm yelling, get down, so you can take the timeout, and time just ran out.
Even if that's the case, you have still got to get the ball 8 to 9 yards down the line to make it a long field goal for the win. You got to get it 8 to 9 yards down the field and get down and get the timeout called in 6 seconds. That's going to be tough. You're talking about, let's say Will Howard gets the ball out el rapido, 2.5 seconds, 2 seconds. I got 4 seconds for the ball to be delivered, received, downed, and a timeout called. That's tough, right? Dan Lanning played the rules. I mean, it's the definition of gamesmanship by Dan Lanning. It was a masterclass in that spot. And the thing is, even if you see it coming, even if you watch the extra guy come in, so there's nothing you can do there. If you're Ohio State, all you can do is run the play you had set up and hope you get the completion and get the 5 yards stacked on the end of it.
You're not going to convince me that it was on purpose. In the end, quarterback needs to be more self-aware,
so
as you pointed out.
So you think, hang on, we'll come to Will Howard, whatever. You think Dan Lanning had 11 men on the field and just went, oh, we only have 10, and threw another guy out there? Like, I respect you want him to give the benefit out. Here's the thing. He didn't do anything unethical. He played the rules brilliantly.
First of all, is he the person who sends out players? No, that's what assistant coaches do that.
In this case, Lanning was standing there and was shoving the guy on the field. He's like, go, 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 go.
I still don't believe it.
I mean, that's fine, but I'm telling you that's what happened. This is not a question. This is a statement. Dan Lanning said, if I trot a dude out there, I'm sacrificing 5 for 6 seconds. I'm giving them maximum 6 seconds to run a final play. It's brilliant. It's brilliant football coaching. It's brilliant. And Dan Lanning deserves a pat on the back because he strategied himself into that W by taking advantage of the rules. It's just brilliant. All right, we'll take a look at some of the other big games from the weekend when we come back on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
New life.
All right, guys, quick one, and we're right back. Don't go anywhere. It's Rob Brown. I hope you're enjoying the show. If you're not, I don't know why you're here, but I am glad that you are. Hey, do us a favor. Whether you're enjoying it or not, would you mind sharing us around your social media, please? And thank you, Twitter, X, whatever you call it. I don't care. Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, it doesn't matter to me. Help us get the good word out. We're trying to get famous and rich, and we can't do it
without your help. So, The Rob Brown Show is on all social media, or share the YouTube channel, the Facebook page, wherever you're watching this, and we'd appreciate it very much. Now, let's get back to the show. Stick around.
He would have had time to spike if he would have got the first down and would have had.
No, he's saying
those
why
extra
not
4
spike
seconds.
it for that play, right? Like you see the extra guy come on. But the thing is, if you're Will Howard, you're reading the defense. You may not know that he
All
came
right,
on, right?
so he wasn't thinking real good. I mean, we
Yeah.
obviously saw that. So you're expecting. I'm not saying the guy's dumb or anything.
No,
I
not
mean,
at all.
that's probably the biggest game he's ever played in. I mean, ever.
I'm also gonna say, and it's not a shot. He's an above average quarterback, but like we're not talking about a Bryce Young here.
McCord wouldn't have done that. Yeah, as soon as the game was over, I left the room and went to another room because my wife was not happy. So, I mean, you don't want to be in there for that. You don't text her, you don't call her, you don't do anything during Ohio State game. Just stay out of the way. But again, if Ohio State goes out and takes care of business the rest of the way, including beating a team who might still be undefeated by the time they play them,
Yeah, you don't have to
in
save
Penn
your
State,
season.
and then but if you lose one more game, you're done.
That's probably true.
Joe, what the heck happened? So, I seen the kickoff, and the ball was coming real fast, and I knew it was going over the end zone, and I knew it was coming right at me, so I put my hands up. But that ball's going a lot faster than you really think it is. And it went right through my hands, and it hit me in the face. But you popped right back up. Yeah, that's what Hawkeyes do. You know, we don't give up, we score. Ball's on the ground, we're there to get it. And I was just being a Hawkeye fan and doing what we all love. Here on Community on Saturday day. So go hard. You're going to make it. Oh, yeah, I'm not leaving. I'm going to make sure all kids here and watch and see if they can drove a long way.
Good morning.
Good program, but
The Rob Brown Show continues. It is the fan upstate. Rob, the great one, Lonzo, with you here on a soon-to-be, I hope, I assume, I'm looking outside the window. I think we're going to be in good shape. Lovely Monday morning. Let's get to it. We got a lot we got to get to.
I love that the pictures are on the side of the building, but it distorts a little bit the day.
It does.
So it's hard to tell
But see,
exactly.
here's the thing. It is more important, great one. I gotta get you to Rob Brown ego levels. It is more important that the people outside see our face than our faces see the people outside. Okay, this is just a way to bring awareness of the vast amounts of handsome happening right behind that window to the folks driving Garlington Road.
I'm already there because I pulled up this morning and I'm thinking the TV cannot be on because the TV on, you can see it through the pictures. We don't need that. We don't. So maybe I'm gonna have to send an email and ask that the TV be turned off every night. So when I pull up in the morning, I don't see that through the pictures.
I mean, it does. It is again very important that we see us. That's just how it works. All right, let me get this out of the way. Gamecock fans of South Carolina, I owe you an apology. I owe you an apology because last Friday on the show, I said to you, don't watch this game. There's no sense in being sad. It's kind of like when I'm at the house at night and I'm watching television, the lady friend's gone to bed. I'm up in the living room. I'm watching whatever late night sports. I'm going to be up till midnight tonight watching ALCS baseball. When I'm at the house watching the sporting events of choice and the TV's on and, I'm like half watching and half doing show prep. At some point, inevitably, I'm going to hear, in the arms of the angels. And you know what I do? I immediately leave the room. Immediately leave the room because sad, one-eyed, homeless puppy dogs make my heart sad. All right, they just do. I am a giver. I donate to local animal shelters.
That's not unusual. I mean, don't most people feel?
No, I'm not saying I'm special.
Okay, all right.
I'm saying that, like many of you, when I'm watching television and I hear Sarah McLachlan. By the way, is there a reputation you want to have less than Sarah McLachlan's? You hear a Sarah McLachlan song, and everyone in a 15-mile radius is about to be sad as hell. That's not the rep you want as a performer, right? But if I hear Sarah McLachlan's angelic voice wafting through my home, I know it's time for me to get up, go to the other room, grab a nice beverage, take a stroll to the other hand, go check on the wife, make sure she's sleeping okay, go pet my dog, go pet my cat. Be like, you lucky sons of biscuits, you. Hey, look at these dogs on the TV, all right? That's how you could be. If it wasn't for me, you're welcome. I know it's time to leave the room because I know.
Wow. If it wasn't for me.
My dog got adopted out of the cardboard box in the Walmart parking lot. Yes, if it wasn't for me, my dog would have been a Walmart dog.
Dude, my cat's a rescue. They always get rescued.
Yes,
Dude,
your cat should know.
So, really? So yes. I should go tell my cat.
You're welcome. You're damn right.
My cat's still trying to kill us. So get out from underneath my feet.
When I hear Sarah McLachlan on the television, I know it's about to be a bad time had by all within a radius, right? Like I will mute the TV so that I don't accidentally make my wife sad in the other room. All right? So that was my assumption. I assumed when this game kicked off Saturday at noon, I was just going to walk over to the record player and put my Sarah McLachlan vinyl down and drop the needle and just play sad, abused animal music for the next 3 hours of my life. And I said to you all on Friday, don't watch this game. Don't watch this game the same way I would tell you if you're watching television at night and Sarah McLachlan's voice comes on the speakers, whatever's on the TV, don't watch it. Don't watch. Don't tune in. Don't pay attention. Go find something else to do for the next 45 seconds, or you're going to be very, very sad boy. And I don't want you to be sad boy. All right. I want you to be happy. So go do something else with your time. Go garden. Go cut your grass. Take the wife to the antique store. Take the husband to the shooting range. Whatever. All right. I'm sorry. I'm embracing stereotypes. That's my bad. All right. Point is, go find something better to do on your Saturday afternoon than watch this game. And if you did that, one, you're an idiot. Don't listen to me. Why would you listen to me? Don't ever listen to me. I'm a moron. All right. I'm a gigantic idiot. Don't listen to me. But if you did not watch this game because of me, yeah, it's on you. But I still have to anyway apologize to South Carolina fans because the read was wrong, dude. The read was just wrong. I thought the Gamecocks were going to require this. And they didn't. I thought I was going to come in here today and do an entire segment backed by this song. I thought I was going to come in here. Do you know a Gamecock fan who's struggling today? Around the listening audience, thousands of South Carolina fans find themselves beaten down, depressed, on the verge of a mental breakdown. But you can help. For the low cost of just leaving them alone, you can give Gamecock fans a chance. Reach out, text, call, email, tweet your favorite Gamecock fans, and just let them know your thing. But you know what they said? They looked at me and they said, hey, Rob Brown, bleep you. Absolutely not. The boys brought it on Saturday. So I owe an apology because, see, what I thought happened against Ole Miss. Well, scratch that. Let me be real clear. I'm still right about my breakdown of the Ole Miss game. The game plan sucked. The discipline sucked. All right? The game plan sucked.
You are so bad at apologies. You really are, because this entire starting out in the 6 o'clock hour when you supposedly apologized, I'm sorry. I was right. But I was
right.
Yeah, but
I am sorry, and I was right.
That's not an apology, though.
No.
Let's
be clear.
It's not really an apology.
I'm not. No. It is. But what you think is happening is you think I'm apologizing for my Ole Miss take and my Bama take. I'm not. I was spot on, dead ass right about the Ole Miss game. I was wrong about the Bama game. I was spot on, dead ass wrong about the Rebel game. I was wrong of telling Gamecock fans they did not have a choice on Saturday.
I apologize on behalf of the university.
No. Stop. You're wrong. You're very wrong. You're very wrong. Here's what I'm saying. I was right about Ole Miss. I was wrong for telling Gamecock fans that you were going to get your asses whooped on Saturday. I was wrong for that. I was wrong for telling you didn't have a shot. I was wrong for telling you Bama was going to run you up out of Bryant-Denny. I was wrong for telling you that this was going to be a program-defining L in a bad way. I was wrong. I was dead 100%, top to bottom, left to right, up to down, wrong about South Carolina, Alabama. I was right about Ole Miss.
How's that feel?
But it's fine. I've been wrong before, like 3 times.
All right.
Like 3 times. But
not in the same decade.
Not in the same decade. No,
okay.
I was wrong. I think I was wrong in 2008. I think I was wrong in 2017, and now I was wrong in 2024. So, I'm spreading them out, spreading the love. Look, jokes aside, for like 30 seconds or so. I am proud as hell of the performance turned in on Saturday by South Carolina, because I was very concerned that loss to Ole Miss was a moment that a team could be demoralized. That's a moment that a team gets in the locker room and guys start splintering. It's a moment where the fan base is raucous. They're unhappy. They're upset. It's a moment where your coordinators are getting blasted in the public eye by the media, by the fans, whatever. That's a moment where, realistically, a team could fracture. A team could look itself in the mirror and go, you know what? I'm just in it for me now. I got guys out here trying to make their NFL career. I got guys out here trying to audition for wherever they're transferring to next year. That's a game that Ole Miss lost. That's a game that a team could implode. But that's not what happened. That's not what happened. In fact, the criticisms that I had about this team after the Ole Miss loss, which were correct and valid, were fixed for Saturday. I said last Saturday, the Gamecocks have bad offensive game plan. They fixed it. In fact, not only fixed it, but the things I said last week I was bothered by in the game plan weren't part of it on Saturday. The things I said I'd like to see out of the game plan, I did see on Saturday. I want to see offensive line blocking procedures going left and right, not straight ahead. You can't block into the teeth of the Bama defense. You have to make them move left and right, not north and south. You did that. I said I want to see Lenora Sellers be trusted to make a play down the field with the football. We saw that. I wanted to see Lenora Sellers having his legs utilized east and west to set up north and south. I saw that. I said I want to see Nick Harbor involved. Granted, I still haven't seen Nick Harbor as involved as I'd like, and I know it's a development issue. All right, the kid's coming over as a track star. We're 6-7 games in. He's going to get progressively better as a wide receiver. You saw the freak athleticism on that last touchdown to get that ball to come down to toe tap, put the tutty on the board, and give the Gamecocks a chance. I saw that. I said I want to see Rocket Sanders run the ball. What I don't want to see is him just chug-a-lugging off guard every single time. Give me some versatility in the run game. I saw that. All the concerns I had, but it was more than that. I said I got to see a disciplined football team. I got to see a team that doesn't panic. I got to see a team that doesn't have a big moment down 27 and come up and make a jackass move that costs them 15 yards. I didn't see that. All the things that I said were problems with Ole Miss, And all the things I said I thought were going to carry over and create a world where Alabama beats the ever-loving you-know-what out of you, those things got fixed. And so that's why I've said the spot for me now is the C word, consistency. Can you take last week and bring it to this week? Because you took the Kentucky game and you carried it to the LSU game. And you should have won that football game. We all agree. You should have won that football game. I think it. Lonzo thinks it. I'm relatively sure even Cole and Diesel agree with us on that South Carolina should have won that game. But then you turn around and granted, you ran it up against Akron. You better, right? You better. But then you absolutely bleeped the bet against Ole Miss. And I said, here are your problems. It's a bad game plan. It's a lack of these specific ways. And it's a complete lack of discipline. And all those things were out of the window on Saturday. My question is this a one-off moral victory? Is this a one-off moment that we look back and we go, yeah, that was a fun Saturday, but who the hell cares? Or is it consistency? Is it the C word? Are you able to take that performance and bring it to Norman, Oklahoma? Are you able to take that performance and go do the same thing against the Boomer Sooners, who are not as good as Alabama? We're going to find out. Saturday is a massive game for Shane Beamer because he will prove that he can keep that consistency, or he will make me believe that he cannot. And that's a benchmark. Also benchmarks, the top of the hour is when Lonzo blows your mind with his sports flash.
Yeah, that counts. Hey! I was going to say consistently bad, and then I proved it. Game 1 in the NLCS was a dominating performance by the LA Dodgers, ending with a 9-0 shutout win over the Mets. Dodgers had 9 hits, including multi-hit games from Shohei Ohtani, Freddie Freeman, and Enrique Hernandez. Game 2 is this afternoon at 4 p.m., while the ALCS starts tonight at 7:38. The new AP Top 25 poll is out, and 3 undefeated teams stand on top. Texas stays at 1, followed by Oregon and Penn State. And Ohio State is at 4, Georgia at 5. Miami, Alabama, LSU, Iowa State, and Clemson round out the top 10. Make sure you tune in this Friday at 7 p.m. as the Burns Rebels head to Eastside to take on the Eagles. It's Burns versus Eastside right here on your home for Burns Rebels football. The Fan, Upstate. Yeah, good luck, Steven. You got this.
My internet gets fixed today, and my motorcycle battery charger arrives today, so I might have a good day.
Yay.
No, I might be able to bring the bike to work tomorrow. I haven't brought the bike to work since we moved to the mornings.
Are you worried about and just in time for cool air? How cool is too cool?
It's not the cold. It's just the interstate and other drivers at 6 a.m. or at 4:30, 4 o'clock, because I've seen them.
Lumosfiber.com/future. Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
It's the Labor Day sale for the Upstate Golf Cart. Right now, get a round of golf at 7 premier Upstate courses for only $50. Order at upstategolfcart.com. 7 rounds of golf for only $50. upstategolfcart.com.
Do you need information on disaster relief or how to volunteer? Text keyword relief to 71307. A link with disaster relief information will be sent directly to your phone. Text the keyword relief to 71307. Standard text and
You see in the first break.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Granger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgranger.com or just stop by. Granger, the ones who get it done.
Jerry Jones walks to the locker room after the Cowboys suffer their worst home day.
We got some sound from JJ coming up.
Probably don't want to see him walking in the locker room after that, though.
No.
Yeah.
No, you do not.
NyQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing nighttime coughing, aching, fever, best sleep with a cold medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use it directly. Keep out of reach of children.
Do we have that Salvation Army read today? Do you know?
Mhm.
Okay.
I think it's in the 9 o'clock.
Okay.
Yeah. It's in the 9.
Okay.
Right before the longest break known to mankind. Or during the longest break known.
That's how I feel too.
Kind of need it right now. It's getting, got to get going.
A little juice. Little juice for the AM part of the day. Little oomph to the morning. Many of you, most of you, some of you are at work this AM. Hi, guys. Time to get rocking and rolling. So this is where Lonzo and I slam that throttle forward. Open up the afterburners and get rocking and rolling here on the show. I am the hype. We got a lot we got to talk about, a lot we got to get to, a lot we got to talk about on the show as we roll forward. But my dudes, my dudettes, my amigos, my amiguettes, as you well know, it's 8 o'clock in the morning. That's the point in time where we do the audio blitz, our favorite audio we've collected over the past since the last show, which of course is the whole weekend. So let's dive right in. Dabo Sweeney and the fellas went up to Raleigh, North Carolina, got a win over the Wake Forest Demon Deacons, did what they supposed to do, and then they continued a long-lasting tradition with wins over Wake Forest. By the way, a team that has not defeated Dabo Sweeney. 0-14 are the Demon Deeks against Dabo. So the boys, they had a little post-game celly in the locker room, and Dabo talked about it.
Man, let's have some hot now. Let's have some Krispy Kremes, and don't tell our nutritionists. But let's bring them in, and so that's kind of where it started. So we kind of carried that tradition on whenever we come up here, and it's they never disappoint. They're always really, really, really good.
Dabo, a Krispy Kreme guy. Now the tradition is that because
he's looking for an endorsement.
No, he's not. They've been doing this for 14 years.
They never disappoint. Hi, I'm Dabo Sweeney for Krispy Kreme Donuts. They never disappoint. No, there's nothing wrong with looking for a endorsement.
Your inability to not be cynical is impressive. It's not looking for an endorsement any more than I look for endorsement whenever I come in here and tell you how incredible Buc-ee's is, for instance. Would I take an endorsement? Absolutely. Hello, Buc-ee's. I'm a big fan. I stop every time I go by.
I would not. You can offer me any amount of money, and I would not be an endorser for Buc-ee's.
You're a loss. Big Buc-ee's guy. And big Krispy Kreme guy. By the way, and I'm sorry to all of you, and I hope I don't get myself in too much trouble here, but it is what it is. Respect to that other donut chain. And you know the one I'm talking about.
What, Dunkin'?
Well, I wasn't going to say it. Yes, that's the one.
Why?
I wasn't going to say it.
So you want the Krispy Kreme endorsement?
No.
Good. Well, all right. Krispy Kreme, you want to roll in and go with Rob Brown, Duncan. I'm right over here for you. You come in, and I will outduel him.
I don't need to need an endorsement to tell you about things that I love. And I love a hot now Krispy Kreme donut.
You know,
right?
Clemson fans are like, he was going to talk about our team, and as long as I do it again, you got to talk about something else.
I mean, they're not wrong for the record. They're right on.
Listen, I don't. How many of you people? And I mean, all of you people. Go out and do a side-by-side comparison between the two donut companies.
No one's ever done that.
You were raised to love a certain donut company because you live in this area. I get it. That's fine. That's fine. But don't say, well, they're the best. Have you compared at the same time?
Everyone's had donuts from both donut places.
At the same time?
I don't need to have
You put them side by side and
if
go.
I eat a steak yesterday and I eat a steak today, I know which one of the two steaks I prefer.
We're talking about donuts, dude. All right, so
because that's not food like a steak.
The apples and oranges thing is kind of, some are apples and some are oranges.
Yes, but those are two apples.
No, you talking about.
You had an apple and then you had another apple.
No. A steak is a steak.
And a donut's
is a donut. And an apple is an apple.
And if I have a donut over here and a donut over here, it doesn't matter if there were 3 days between the donuts.
All you people, including Rob Brown, have you ever got a Krispy Kreme donut, just a regular glazed, put it next to a Dunkin' donut, just a regular glazed, and went, let me compare size. Let me compare consistency of glaze on the donuts. Do they both stay hot about the same amount of time? Let me take a bite here. Let me eat a cracker in between. Let me take a bite. You gotta eat something. This is the most ridiculous
argument we've had.
Well, because it's dumb. Because people are.
Listen,
you were raised to like something good for you. Okay.
In the world of Lonzo, you're not allowed to like one thing more than the other.
That is not true.
You have to like all things equally.
Don't.
I appreciate your dedication to equality.
All right.
That's wonderful.
Don't act like that you've compared because you have not.
I have had a billion Krispy Kremes.
Not at the same time.
And I've had okay.
Stephen Colbert. Not side by side. You haven't done them side by side, so you haven't done an actual comparison.
I don't need to. I've had 1,000 Krispy Kremes and I've had 1,000 Dunkins, and I know which one I like better.
This is the Coke Pepsi test. If we go to the mall and we set up a table,
you can keep giving illustrations. It doesn't make you not
unmarked, and we put Dunkin' on the other side, unmarked, and see which one they're going to take the donuts equally because they're free. And if they don't, well, they left one donut here, then this donut is superior.
I need you all to know. If this was Ryan Day loving the Krispy Kreme, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
I don't understand that.
I know.
That what you just said.
You're hating on it because Dabo likes the Krispy Kreme.
No, I'm not.
You're a finger twitch away from the meow
How many
button.
times have I said anything disparaging about Dabo? I make fun of Clemson fans. I don't make fun of the team. They're back where they belong, atop the ACC. We're going to see what happens when they play Miami. There's a good shot that Clemson's back, baby. And Dabo's back, baby.
Mac prefers the Krispy Kreme. Jacob prefers the Krispy Kreme. Zach prefers the Krispy Kreme.
And
I'm just saying, that's 100%.
Here's what I want to say. And I can say this with 100% whatever. If you put free Dunkin' Donuts down in the break room, they're gone in seconds.
No one's arguing.
They're not going to go, oh, no, that's not Krispy Kreme.
No one is
arguing.
Know what?
That'd be, why didn't you bring Krispy Kreme while they're eating the donut?
No one is arguing that Dunkin's not good.
Notice the tone.
We're just saying Krispy Kreme is better. Yes, because you're just not.
Bless your heart. Hey, listen, you're wrong. It's okay to be wrong. You're wrong again in this decade.
Yes, I'm wrong, and everyone in the stream that's on my side is wrong. It's just you by yourself in the kingdom of correctness.
Well, now you know how it feels when. Well, you already know how it feels because that's usually where you are most of the time. So anyway, again. Every one of you, Mac, Zach, Wesley, all you guys, Jacob, if someone in the break room puts Dunkin' Donuts out, are you not going to eat them?
You're whiffing on the point.
Are you not going to eat them?
Like a Mets batter. You're whiffing on the
point. You're wrong,
entirely.
Zach. They're hot when they make them. You know, the Krispy Kreme, just put a sign out. Big deal.
All right. I'm about to start a Twitter poll.
I used to get donuts back in the day in Westerville when I was at Otterbein. And they were hot and ready when they made them. And you know what? I have no idea what the name of the donut store was, but you know what it was? It was donuts.
No one is arguing that.
Thank you, Jacob.
No one is arguing that all donuts are that like there's only one place that makes a good donut. That's not the argument. The argument is one place makes a donut that people prefer, not that they wouldn't eat donuts from other places.
They probably prefer it in this area, but that doesn't mean they prefer it in every area.
Okay, that's how preferences work. You know what else I prefer? Stephen Colbert put it on the air.
You know what I would prefer? That you didn't put my picture up there and then make sure you cover it with your head. That's what I would prefer.
Okay. Stephen Colbert.
You are not going to be able to stay.
No, I'm not. This sucks. I hate it so much. I'm going back to my spot. Stephen Colbert was on the Colbert Show. I don't care how you feel about his show or his politics. He had.
I'm back here now. I'm not interrupting.
A+ take on his show.
I am. If there's one thing I want out of this cookbook, and if you learn nothing from this cookbook, is that, and I'm talking to chefs around the world, there is no reason to have a tail on a shrimp. A shrimp cocktail, maybe a shrimp cocktail. But
Wow, your people, they love it.
I have been to fancy restaurants, white tablecloth restaurants, ordering a shrimp pasta with like a sauce on it, and it comes with the tails on. Am I supposed to roll up my sleeves, get on a hot towelette, and go in there and take off the tails myself? Will my pay be taken out of the bill because I didn't have to work? If I ordered a burger, would it come with a hoof on it?
That's the correct take. Listen, fancy restaurants worldwide, I need you to stop serving shrimp in sauce with the tail. So I got to pull it out. I got to get my hands all saucy to detail the shrimp. Just detail the shrimp, then cook it. Peel the shrimp, then cook the shrimp, then put it in the sauce. Why do I have to go in there and mess with all the white wine sauce to get the shrimp untailed when you could just do it before you cook it? This is like, I don't understand how we're doing this still.
White wine sauce.
It's sauce made from a white wine.
Yeah, but I've never been to those fancy type of restaurants where they serve.
You've never
wine.
had Italian food?
Yeah, but not white wine sauce.
If you've had Italian food, you've had white wine sauce.
I don't know.
Like most white, not all, but most Italian white sauces are white wine based.
I'm not buying it. But I do agree with the shrimp take.
Of course you do, because it's the correct.
But
take.
I think they do that to prove that it's fresh. I don't know. I mean,
that's dumb. You can buy frozen shrimp with tails on.
Oh no, I know. I don't know why they do it, and neither do you. If there's a chef out there, because we know we have chefs listening, why do they leave the tails on?
I got to tell you guys, big fan of freaking Army right now.
Hey, think about that black flag. It ain't no symbol. It's the standard. And it's a standard we don't have to carry. It's a standard we get to carry. So you bring that with you. Snap after snap after snap. And we're going to love the result. Let's go get them. Here we go. Imoy Napoki! Enrique Bayababa! Oh, open! Ehoy Maya! Deu!
Dude, I'm ready to run through a wall for Jeff Monken right now.
It's a wall.
Ready to run through a wall for
There's
Jeff
a wall
Monken.
right there.
Metaphorically ready to run through a metaphorical wall for Jeff Monken.
Just go right
now.
there and say hi to Lee. Go right through that wall.
Army gets the dub. They are now 6-0. And after the game, we got the video of Colonel Brian Frizzell, commander of the 1st Armored Brigade Combat Unit, who spoke to the team.
Listen, we're America's tank division because we got more mobility, more protection, and more firepower than any other unit in the entire world. And today I saw from this team mobility, protection, and firepower. You men are 6-0. You got a lot of season left, like Coach said. You made soldiers from the eastern flank of NATO to the Indo-Pacific to the Middle East, all over the world. You're not just West Point's team. You're Army team.
Dude, I love this team. I love the freaking.
Did he not sound like Kirk Cousins a little bit?
A little bit. Don't care. It's awesome.
Yeah.
It's awesome. It's awesome. Just like Kirk running off the field at the bank, swag. Do you understand how much how much you have to be
He is
awesome
so vanilla
to
It's
make me
just-
like
yeah.
I don't like the Atlanta Falcons. Y'all low down, y'all dirty, y'all some snitches. All right. Ain't nobody like a Falcon. All right. But yo, my Costco bro, Kirk Cousins and I, what a dog. What a guy. What a guy. Jerry Jones, Dallas Cowboys are, and I confirmed, I did the research on this, bad at football. They get hammered by the way. Remember earlier in the year when the Saints went in there and put 41 on their heads? Detroit came in and put 49 on their heads, including running not one, not two, not three, but 4 different plays where they either lined up an offensive lineman as a straight up wide receiver, not like flexed him to a tight end, not tackle, flat out went him with a wide receiver, or threw one to him. Jerry Jones was asked after the game if he was, what's the word I'm looking here for? Embarrassed.
38 points. That's the worst home loss in your 35 years as owner. What is the feeling of embarrassment towards your fans?
Well, I regret that for our fans, regret it for everybody that is a part of the Dallas Cowboys or have been a part of the Cowboys. And it puts a lot of resolve. But the key thing to think about right here is we're 6 games into this thing. We're 3-3. We've had times when we haven't liked where we were when we were in the early part of the season. We don't like where we are right now. There's a lot of work to do, got a lot of improvement before we'll sit here with any smiles on our face.
How do you and how will you take ownership?
Well, let me say this. I have ownership, so there's no taking it. I got it.
Okay, all right. No, go ahead. Take this one, Lonzo.
No,
take this one for me.
I mean, he was literal. He was right. he has ownership. I mean, you know.
Oh man, what a moment, huh? What an absolute moment. That's spectacular.
Way to play that right when the boss is on his way to work.
Oh, you want me to make it worse? Let me tell you how you know your team's in trouble. Your team's in trouble, great one, when your own fans start making and dropping diss tracks on your head.
Oh, no.
Uh-huh. Now, let me go ahead and forewarn you. There's like 3 beeps in this, and I beeped them. Trust me, I went lengths because I can't not play this one. I had to get it right. When your own fans start making and dropping diss tracks on their own squad, you know things have gone sideways. This little banger comes from a Twitter account called Depressed Cowboys Fan. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're not seated, please take a seat. Sit back. I need you to adjust your radios or your headphones or whatever you're listening on. Adjust it to maximal audio quality.
It's clean, right? I mean,
it's very not clean, but I edited it.
Okay.
It's got some beeps in it.
You mean like how you edited last week? Okay.
Trust me, I sat down to make sure I got this one right. From Depressed Cowboys fans, they're dropping diss tracks on the boys' heads.
Man, here we go again. This team ain't gonna never win. I'm ashamed to be a fan. Got me lying to my friends. Louis belt straight to ass. That cannot complete a pass. CD Lamb been playing trash. Man, how long is this gonna last? Damn. Get it, Jerry. Yeah. Quit it, Jerry. Yeah. Retire, Jerry. Yeah. We gotta fire, Jerry. Yeah. Boy, you know this team super bad. I ain't lying. No. Every week we taking belt to ass. That cannot complete a simple pass. Where he trying to? Man, how long is this gonna last? Who you throwing? Took a 40 ball, beating 2 times. It's like a sequence. Wow. Dak, who you throwing to? He threw it to the defense. I'm like, Dak, who you throwing it to? He threw it to the ops. I'm like, Dak, you gotta stop. Dak, go to the barber shop. Get that hairline fixed, and maybe you'll stop throwing picks. And maybe CD Lamb will stop being the diva, and he'll stop throwing fits. And maybe Mike McCarthy will be on the sideline wearing some clothes that fit. And maybe Jerry Jones just might retire because he owed it.
Banger! Banger, banger, banger. Give it a Grammy, give it a Tony, whatever other music awards are available, hand it to Depressed Cowboys Fan. My man with the Macho Man, Bayou, elbow drop with the diss track. He made that 2 10 minutes after the Lions were done whooping Dallas. 10 minutes later, that dude went through, wrote it, scripted it, dropped the beat, dropped the bars.
I need a little more energy. From
the Cowboys?
No,
Yeah,
from
all
him.
of them do.
No, from him. If you're angry, and a diss track to me, he's got to have some anger to it. That was kind of sad. It really was. Just like he probably is really sad.
And maybe Jerry Jones just might retire because he owed it.
Banger. Bars.
I'm reading this because I wrote it down. And
No.
No. You can know all you want.
No. I don't. As a guy who's been there,
Rap comes from the heart. That's not coming from his heart. He's reading that, and he's reading it slow. So he made sure the music and the beat was slow, so he could read it that slow.
I don't expect a Tennessee fan, or a Kansas City fan to understand.
Memorize it. Come from the heart. Don't come from the sheet.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed and noted hip hop, R&B, and rap critic Lonzo doesn't appreciate it. Rob Brown does.
Dude, I'm OG back in the day. I was around rap before you were born. I really
Ladies
was.
and gentlemen, when you think hip hop, think Lonzo.
I'll out rap you any
He gets
day, even though you do it on stage. Any day. Listen, you can fold your arms, but you're about to be embarrassed. No. And I don't want you to have to go through that.
Anybody interested in a Rob V. Lonzo rap off coming up sometime in the next week or two? Because I am now very interested in a Rob V. Lonzo hip hop.
Here's the thing: I'll be creative, and he'll just be angry. But he'll probably read it.
Yes,
and it'll be as
because
slow as that.
Rap is all about happy, joy.
See, I agree. Zach should have. Dark Chosen would have come with some angry. He wouldn't have come with whatever that was. I mean,
okay.
Yeah, you did it, Zach. You know why you did it? Because Mark Ryan couldn't. That's why. That's why you did it.
I got to tell you,
I've had this argument before, and so Mark couldn't do it, so he had to get someone else to do it for him. Rob is more of a man. He won't do that. He'll do it himself.
Don't you worry.
So if we were to do this, he will definitely do it himself.
Correct. And we'll drop bars on your head.
And Rob has rapped on stage more than I have, but I have rapped on stage. So, I mean.
Scott in Simpsonville says, Lonzo giving big get off my lawn energy this morning.
Can you do that about a rap battle on a DC track? I mean, can you?
I'm about to drop.
Has rap reached get off my lawn levels?
Rap has always been angered.
Right. And that was not angry enough.
That was absolute.
No. It was not good. Come on. I expect more. You ain't really hurt. I want to hear you're hurt. I want to feel it. I didn't feel nothing.
Whatever Lonzo says, it's over. That was bars. That dude turned that around.
Over.
10 minutes. 10 minutes after Dallas got the L dropped on their heads, like by a lot, by the Detroit
You're right.
Lions.
It sounded like a song that he wrote 10 minutes before. He already had everything. Everything out, and he probably does the same thing about 2 or 3 other teams.
Anybody else's work you want to poop on this morning? You want to kick the legs out
What's
from
his
the
name?
depressed Cowboy fans on Twitter?
What's his real name?
I don't know. He didn't put it out there. What's 50?
all right.
I do know 50 Cent's real name. Not the point. Not the point. Bars. Hashtag bars. That's phenomenal work from depressed Cowboys
Where that
fans.
guy should have been instead of putting out the diss track because it was not that good.
Retire because he owed it.
Wow, that was creative.
Bars. I love this guy. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
QC.
All right, guys, one more read and we're back. Stay right there for me, please. And thank you.
Do they make a reversible Jedi robe?
Oh,
So when you feel like a Sith, you throw a black side out.
Honey, I need you to vacuum.
Let me do the thing. The texter is telling me to stop embarrassing myself. That's my deal. Okay. That's what I do. But I'm not really embarrassed. Ooh, there's a Spirit Cowboys costume. This is our year. Cowboys, this is our year costume.
Is it just tears?
No, it's got the cowboy star around the eyes, and then it's got clown
there it is.
Makeup everywhere else. They moved Spirit again. They got to stop doing that. They're hard to find.
The Rob Brown Show continues. John Blau from the Post and Courier coming up here in the next segment to talk a little Clemson football as he does every single
Monday. Do you
Monday.
have to put them on slowly like that? I mean, when you put them back, I mean, come on.
You're lucky
dude.
I don't pull them up and like do the whole open them up thing. I mean, when you look this good, you gotta emphasize it. Hey, would you look at that? Hashtag fire Dennis Allen is trending.
Has that ever not been trending?
Not in my life. Not in my life. Spence looked like a acceptable rookie quarterback. And once again, Dennis Allen came in with a game plan that got our asses beat.
Spencer Rattler better than Bryce Young already.
I got to tell you, here's the thing.
Ooh, he's torn now.
No. I was ready to push back and be like, oh, well, like, again, you're once again refusing to take in the context of the situation. But Spence was behind the most patchwork offensive line. We got 3 starting offensive linemen out. We got 1 backup offensive lineman back. So we got like multiple dudes who are out right now. Chris Olave got knocked out on the opening drive and did not come back. We had Bub Means as our most successful wide receiver. Bub Means, which is great if you want to like pretend to be a Wolverine knockoff all day. Good catch, Bub. Like, that's fun. I got to say that once. He did catch Spencer Rattler's only tutty on the day. Good catch, Bub. Like, that's fun. But that's about all okay. Tampa went up 17-0. Touchdown on the first drive from Tampa Bay. It's a bad day, Zoe? It's a bad day when the other guys score a touchdown on their opening drive and score a touchdown on your opening drive. Like, that's not great.
Yeah, it's probably not what you want to start a game out.
Like they score a touchdown on their opening drive. Welcome to the NFL. It happens. Like every team in the league by week 2 has a tutty on the opening drive. It's not good when they have a touchdown on their opening drive and they have a touchdown on your opening drive, which is what happened. Olave gets rocked in the noggin, puts the ball on the turf, and Antonio Winfield picks it up, takes it back for 6 the other way. New Orleans 17-0 out the gate before Spence really got a chance to do anything. And then 27 points in the second quarter. Just like that, Atlanta's up a 10 spot. And then it all went to crap because Tampa Bay went into the locker room and made some adjustments. And Dennis Allen went in the locker room and, I don't know, drink a Diet Coke or something.
Had lunch, yeah.
Sat back, relaxed, probably listened to some Enya or something. I'm not really sure what Dennis Allen does during the break, but I know what he doesn't do. Coach! That's what he doesn't do. Unbelievable.
You're going to break your hand someday.
That would hurt a little bit, but the adrenaline of being mad at Dennis Allen took hold there. That's awful. Spence looked good. Didn't look great. Didn't look bad. He looked good. He looked fine. And fine is what I'm going for out of a rook. And by the way, he's not just a regular rook. He's a rook that was drafted in the 5th round and got his first start behind a patchwork offensive line 5 days after he learned he was going to be the starter. We were on the air when we found out Rat Daddy was getting the QB1 nod on Sunday against Tampa in a divisional game. That's is what it is, man. You know what else is what it is? The time. And it is 8:35 in the morning, which means we got to run to our break, because when we come back, John Blau covers Clemson Tigers for the Post and Courier. He's going to join us in the next segment to break down that dub over the Wake Forest Demon Deacons and talk to us about where this team goes next. John Blau, next on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
New life.
All right, guys, one more reading. We're back with John. Stay right there for me. Thank you.
through.
Your sarcasm is.
Listen, I'm a master of sarcasm. You know ball, I know sarcasm. And I can be embarrassed, Zach. It's just
I've seen it happen like once.
I'm okay with being embarrassed on the air to a degree because that's just goes with it. Hey yo. And I said that earlier, Joe, in the first hour for sure. I mean, he's used to it, so it's not like he went out there and go, oh no. Although these guys are a little bit bigger and faster and stronger, but still. Well, not that much. This is the SEC. I don't know.
ASC.
This means more.
The Rob Brown Show continues right here on the Fan Upstate every single Monday at 8:40. We welcome into the show our next guest. He covers the Clemson Tigers athletic department for the Post and Courier, and he joins us now to talk a little bit about the Clemson win over Wake Forest, 49-14, your final in that one. John Blau from the Post and Courier here on the show. John, what's up, big fella? How we doing?
I'm good. How are you, Rob?
Doing very well. Doing really well. Not as good as Dabo and the gang were, knocking back the boxes of Krispy Kreme after the game was over. I got to tell you, I'm a Krispy Kreme guy, John Blau. That might be my new favorite victory celly in college football, bud.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've been doing that since 2010. I guess Dabo's just a big hot now guy, and ever since he became the head coach, it's just whenever they're Winston-Salem, when they win, they get some Krispy Kremes, and so. It's a nice treat after a win, and obviously the win itself is tasty, but I guess the donuts are even more.
I see what you did there, John Blau. By the way, real quick, because we've already had the fight that went from a ha-ha funny moment and turned into a whole segment. John, are you a Krispy Kreme guy? Are you a Dunkin' guy?
I mean, honestly, I'm from Jersey, so probably a little bit more of a Dunkin' guy.
There it is.
Honest. But I mean, Krispy Kreme's fine too. I don't think you can go wrong.
That's the take. You can have a preference, but they're fine.
I pointed out it was regional. And everyone here likes. Well, yeah, all these guys are from here, of course. I'm not from here either, so I'm from Ohio. So I went with Duncan.
Yeah, that's it. Again, that's it. All right, let's talk a little bit about this game, John Blau. Cade Klubnik, another good one, 31-41, 309 yards, 3 touchdowns in this one. And now all of a sudden, whispers in the wind, John Blau, that perhaps Cade Klubnik might be working his way towards an invite to New York City at the end of the year to take a chair at the Downtown Athletic Club. Talk to me a little bit about the development of Cade Klubnik since going back to the Georgia game.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that Georgia game, it did not look great. But I remember Aaron Murray, actually the former Georgia quarterback, did like a nice little X and O breakdown of Cade's game against Georgia and said, it's not as bad as you think. I mean, there were a couple balls, catch here, catch there, just kind of reading just a little bit faster or putting the ball in a little bit of a better spot. He has a much better game against Georgia. And we've seen now against, defenses that obviously aren't to that level, he's absolutely been slicing them up. He's been seeing the field that much better. And that's something we heard in the preseason a lot, in the spring, in the summer, that he's just calmer, more poised, seeing the game better. He's able to, there's just such a deeper receiving core. He's able to just see which, not necessarily guy, is the best option here. It's which defensive back on the other side is the worst and that I can pick on. He seems to just be able to figure out exactly where those weak spots are, use his legs and kind of put even more stress on defenses. And obviously he's got tons of time back there too, because his offensive line is just taking a huge step forward as well. So, you talk about the Heisman, he's 5th in QBR nationally. So, if you're in the top 5 of the quarterback conversation, you're absolutely in the Heisman conversation. Obviously, we're going to see if he can continue this pace. 17 touchdowns, only 2 interceptions. if he does that, I mean, you're talking about 34 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. I mean, that's a great year for anybody. So, yeah, we'll see. Obviously, he's got to complete the second half of the season, but the way he's playing now, he absolutely deserves to be in the conversation among the best players in the country and potentially even at that Heisman level.
I don't disagree with that at all. But if I asked you, John Blau, to explain what has changed from last year's Cade to this year's Cade, specifically these last 3 or 4 games where he has looked like he just sees the field better. Was it a change in game plan? Was it a change in the way that Cade is playing? I know Dabo kind of hit multiple times during the offseason. I want this kid to run. I want him to use his legs, and it does look like he's more comfortable doing that. What would you say, if anything, has changed about the offense or about Cade himself that's brought out this new improved edition of number 2?
Yeah, again, I just do think it's a lot that's around him, though, too. I mean, I just think the receiving core, you're that much deeper. Antonio Williams wasn't available all of last year. Brian Wesco's a new, dimension. Obviously, he missed the Wake Forest game, but TJ Moore, Troy Stellato, there's just so many more guys that are getting open and making plays for him. And then the offensive line is protecting him that much better. And again, you combine that with a guy who's a junior. He's now in his second year as a starter. He knows where he's looking, his reads progressions. He's able to kind of diagnose things faster. He's able to just take what the defense gives him. And especially, again, going back to the run game, I mean, if you drop 8 versus him, he's running the ball. Last year, you might drop 8, and he's just kind of staring at it, trying to figure out what I should do here. And he's a little tentative in terms of just taking the ball and going. I think he kind of has that confidence, probably partially because he's more physically developed now too. I mean, I think he was about 205 pounds last year. He's 210, 215. He's not fumbling the ball. I mean, he had 5 fumbles last year. He's got 0 of those that he's lost thus far. And then, 9 interceptions out of 2 picks. I mean, he's just not making mistakes. He's taking advantage of what's there. The run game, like you said, is a big part of it. Obviously, that stresses defenses in terms of they have to be more disciplined in their rush lanes. They have to account for him somehow. Maybe we might start to see a little bit of quarterback spy eventually. But, yeah, again, I just think it's all the pieces around him and all the pieces kind of coming together for him mentally in terms of his understanding of Garrett Riley's offense. I think it's all coming together at once, and obviously it's led to a lot of production for him, but the offense in general as well.
Phil Maffa, 19 carries, 108 yards, and a pair of touchdowns on the ground. And I think what stands out to me, or one of the things that does, John Blau, is how much the improved game of Cade Klubnik has impacted Phil Maffa. I go back to that Georgia game, and the Bulldogs were kind of able to attack number 7 and keep an eye on him and try to corral him. Now, as Cade becomes more of a threat, both with legs and arms, it feels to me like Maffa's seeing lighter looks. He's seeing spots where there's maybe one less defender in the gap that he's trying to attack. It feels to me like the improvement from Phil Maffa game to game, at least to some degree, Cade Klubnik feels responsible for.
Yeah, it's obviously a pick your poison type of situations. I mean, obviously in the Georgia game, I think Georgia put a lot of effort towards stopping Phil Maffa and saying, Cade Klubnik, you're going to beat us. And I don't think he was really, able to, again, make the plays. Everybody was kind of a little just off. Obviously, Dabo Swinney goes back to that first pass of the game that he short arms to Maffa that could have went for 20, 30 yards, never got momentum. But now, obviously, that passing game has a ton of momentum. You're pushing the ball down the field. You're kind of picking secondaries apart. Then you have to, devote more assets to trying to deal with that, and also deal with, again, we haven't seen this much from defenses. It's going to be interesting to see if they try to change, but maybe potentially assets to, spy and Klubnik to make sure he's not getting out and running for 30-yard gashes. So, that absolutely does lighten the box. It allows Phil Maffa to get going. I think it's been, a little bit of a interesting, kind of development for him through games for Maffa. Like, it seems early. Sometimes he's not quite really stacking up the big yards, but later in games, all of a sudden he's kind of breaking through. And I think that's probably because, like you're saying, I think they loosen up defenses a little bit. And then all of a sudden there's just way more room for him to run. Those guard tackle pulls have been beautiful, kind of getting around and get numbers on Clemson side on one side or the other, wherever they're pulling. So, I mean, I think they definitely do work off of each other. And Phil Maffa, obviously a very experienced senior back, who's going to be able to find those lanes and pick up lots of yards.
Talk to me a little bit very quickly before we look ahead to next week, John Blau, about this defense. 146 yards through the air allowed to Hank Bachmeier in his passing game, 87 surrendered on the ground overall. This to me felt like a very good, though not necessarily dominating defensive performance. Was this pretty much just a go out there and execute game? Do you think we're going to see this same performance moving forward with Virginia, Louisville, and Virginia Tech up next?
Yeah, Wake Forest is just a weird offense to play against, though, with that mesh. And it literally felt like they're having a meeting back there every now and again. They're just standing there for 5-6 seconds holding the ball before Bachmeier makes a decision. I think that took a little bit of time to adjust to. Obviously, they had a couple touchdowns in the first half. In the second half, they got absolutely nothing going at all. Obviously, Clemson able to dominate that line of scrimmage and kind of blow up that mesh. You know, DeMonte Capehart had one where he threw a guy. The center was able to really blow up a run play. I mean, they were able to do that, you know, really force the issue there, force some turnovers. Yeah, I wouldn't say it was dominant, but it was pretty dominant in the second half. So maybe not the whole game, but second half pretty dominant. And yeah, I would think that would carry forward. This is a good defense. Maybe they're not great all the time, but they're at least very good with the potential to be great.
Looking ahead, you got Virginia coming up this weekend. Then it's Louisville, Virginia Tech, and then the next top 25 team is Pittsburgh. Through those four, before you get the Citadel and South Carolina to wrap it up, Virginia, Louisville, Virginia Tech, and Pitt, is there any one of these teams that you think poses the biggest threat to Clemson at this point?
That's a tough one. You know, obviously Louisville's been up and down. Virginia Tech and Pittsburgh, those two games being on the road. I know Virginia Tech's been kind of slow to get going, but that atmosphere in Blacksburg, you know, it seems like Virginia Tech's playing a little bit better. I think that could be a little bit of a challenge. Obviously, Pittsburgh has a pretty good quarterback. You know, they have the potential to score points on you, and obviously that's at their place. I would say those two road games, but you know, again, coming back to things we've said before, I mean, Clemson's going to be favored in every single game moving forward. They should win all of those games. Pittsburgh, Virginia Tech, any of them. And so if you drop any of those, you're probably out of the playoff conversation. If you do what you're supposed to do, like they did at Wake Forest this past weekend, you're in the playoff potentially. And it may require winning the ACC title game. I don't know. It's going to be interesting, but it's not a very strong schedule. You know, obviously, again, like you said, Pittsburgh's on the slate. They're a top 25 team, but who knows if they will be by the time they play them. It's kind of, yeah, it's not a schedule that you look at it and say these are really overly daunting. Whether, you know, it's Pittsburgh, Virginia Tech's the harder game, I'm not sure. We'll see it kind of how it unfolds, I guess.
John Blau covers the Clemson Tigers for the Post and Courier. He joins us every Monday at 8:40. Pardon me. You can find him on X at John Blau, JON_BLAU. John, my man, appreciate it as always, buddy. Go get yourself a Dunkin' Donut. Treat yourself a little bit.
See if I can find one.
Yeah, tough to do. I respect it. John Blau for the Post and Courier every Monday morning, 8:40, right here on the Rob
tough to do.
Brown
There's
Show.
There's one in Simpsonville. There's probably one around here.
Yeah, where's John right now?
You don't know either.
I don't either. But I know that if I won Dunkin', I got to go research it, unless it's the one right by my house, which has gotten plenty of my business.
Wow.
Okay?
Wow.
Okay. For the record, the Dunkin's closer to my house than the Double K is, so they've gotten more of my business.
And I still would go out of my way for Duck Donuts.
I will also do that. I will also go out of my way to listen to Alonzo read a sports flash.
No, you won't. You're going to leave the room.
Yes, I am.
That's not actually listening. Game one in the NLCS was a dominating performance by the LA Dodgers, ending with a 9-0 shutout win over the Mets. The Dodgers had 9 hits, including multi-hit games from Shohei Ohtani, Freddie Freeman, and Enrique Hernandez. Game 2 is this afternoon at 4 p.m., while the ALCS starts tonight at 7:38. The Carolina Panthers fell to 1-5 with a 38-20 loss to the Atlanta Falcons yesterday. Andy Dalton went 26 of 38 for 221 yards with 2 touchdowns and 2 picks. Kirk Cousins went 19 for 225 yards and a touchdown, while Atlanta racked up 198 rushing yards and 3 touchdowns on the ground. Carolina visits the Washington Commanders this Sunday at 4:05. Tune in this Saturday at 12:30 as the Furman Paladins take on the Western Carolina Catamounts. It's Furman versus Western Carolina right here on your home for Paladins football. Yeah, shout out to Steven because I had not had Dunkin' Donuts before, but he sent some up to us, and they are they're really good.
Everything's great.
Is it?
Everything's great.
Is it?
Everything is awesome.
So I tried on. I hadn't had the opportunity to wear any of my word shirts yet because we just haven't been out anywhere. I don't understand why the same size in a different shirt from a different station in this building is so much bigger than what and the problem that I always have, I don't have that in the word shirt. So do they purposefully make the fan shirts smaller? Even though it says a certain size, it's not. And I know they don't shrink. I'm very self-conscious about my weight right now and how much I've ballooned up. And it's making tomorrow, I'm dreading it a little bit. Should I just go in and just let the whole thing hang out? Just, quit trying to suck things out. Just be as fat as I possibly can in the pictures. Except for the ones that you and I take together, because I wouldn't want you to look bad.
I don't want us to look bad. I want another window caliber photo.
Should I just have gut hanging out? Just pale skin, just to see what they'll do with it. We're only going to get to see like 2 pictures anyway. I'm not angry, Wesley. If I were angry, you know what I'd be doing? You know what you'd be hearing? Nothing. When I'm angry, I just don't talk. If you want to call me anything today, call me silly, because
So we bought our big skeleton. Somebody put on Facebook that if you wrap it in orange cellophane.
No.
Yeah.
No.
That's awesome.
That's like the aftermath of looking into the Ark of the Covenant or something. No.
That's so cool.
See, I know that, Mac, but they were bought from the same place. That's the thing. At least I believe so. May have got them separate. I could be wrong. I really get angry on the show. If you want to see me angry, see like 5 years ago. Tag on it. All right, now I'm going to be angry.
Why? What'd you do this time?
Because I didn't save the hour.
Oh.
So I'm going to have to fix it. Just gave myself more work. Salvation Army, next break.
Salvation Army, next break. Here we go. Hour number 4 of the Rob Brown Show goes right now.
Do you want that stank on you?
I mean, listen.
Because that's stank. That is stank. You don't want
booty
that.
Cheeks.
Find another way. I'm just saying.
Kind of want to play that diss track again. That NGL. Not gonna lie. I might play it again next segment. I might. It made me very happy. Very, very happy indeed. All right, we got a lot to get to as we continue to look up and down the world of college and professional football from the weekend that was spent a lot of time talking about the college game. Yes, for those of you tuning in late that happen to be wearing garnet and black on Saturday, I did issue a very genuine apology for my words about your football team last weekend. Yeah, you know who told me? Maybe not directly, but also kind of definitely directly. You know who told me that I could can it, that I could shut my stupid mouth, that I didn't have to say all the words I thought about? Shane Beamer.
You know, people can put lines as what they want, talk about us how they want to talk about us. It's amazing to me from Kentucky, the way we performed, what, you know, the perception of our team was really, really high. And then we had a crappy performance last Saturday. And all of a sudden the narrative is we ain't worth a crap. And that's not the case. We had a bad game last week. We played bad. We performed bad. We coached bad against Ole Miss. It doesn't mean we were a bad team. So we expected to win this game. Nobody was like coming in here at halftime doing cartwheels because we were in a tight game with Alabama. We expected that because we have a good football team. Life in this conference is really, really hard. And there's really good teams you play week in, week out. So it says that we have a good team that competes their asses off, excuse my language, kids. And that's what we did today. And we came up a little bit short. It says we had a bad day last week that we regrouped from because we got a bunch of fighters in that room that love to compete and love to work. And I hurt for them. And that's what I told them in the locker room, Jack, is I've hurt for them because we're sick of this feeling. And they work too hard during the week to come in here on Saturdays and feel like that in that locker room across that wall right there as well.
Sorry about my language.
All right. If you needed proof that friend of the show, Shane Beamer, listens to this program, that whole soundbite, he listened to us all last week. That's what he did, obviously. And so those things were directed at you that should have been. And he directly quoted me about it was just a bad game. So he listened to the show the entire week.
So,
and do you apologize when you apologize at home when you do something? Do you do it the same way that you've done this entire day?
No, see what you
with caveats with
there's no caveats. There's no caveats. Everything.
It's just, I'm sorry, period. That's how that works.
Everything that I said except my game prediction was spot on. And I want to be very clear about this. Listen to my words, not what you think I'm saying. Listen to what I'm actually saying.
Are you talking to me?
Yes. Yeah, directly to your face. Listen to what I am saying, not what you think that I'm saying. Here's what I am saying.
You weren't making eye contact, so you weren't talking directly to my face.
Never once, not one time, did I say, as Shane said, that it's a bad football team. Never said that. Never said anything close to it. What I said was, in the old Mississippi game, the game plan stank, the execution stank, and the discipline stank. There are a lot of good football teams that come into a game with a stank plan and then go through the game with stank execution and stank discipline. That's what I said. I didn't say the team was bad. I said against Ole Miss, the game plan, the execution, and the discipline were bad. And I think anybody with a pair of eyeballs would have agreed with me after that Ole Miss game. Now, the question, there's another variable to this. The other variable to this is half of the reason that I said I thought South Carolina was going to get it handed to them on Saturday. And then half of the reason was Alabama. Because this may shock you. In any given football game, there's two teams that are out there. I know almost 100% of football games, two teams have to play.
And just like we sat here last week and said, okay, South Carolina coming into this game, they got to do this and think about that and plan for that and execute this. All those same conversations were taking place over in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, as they got set up to try to rebound from the L to Vandy on the road, okay? The same conversations about execution, and not just the same conversations, about the same topics. Game plan sucked. Discipline sucked. Execution sucked. Same exact conversations. And so the thought that I had going into this game was not just that I was concerned about the execution, the game plan, and the discipline from South Carolina from Ole Miss to Alabama, but it was also that they had to play Alabama. They had to play an Alabama team that's good, has a lot of talent. It's got a Heisman Trophy, potentially, probably not anymore, finalist, and Jalen Milroe under center. This wasn't South Carolina going to practice in a vacuum. This was against another very good, top-notch, top 5 at SEC team, right? And so my assumption was, if South Carolina can't clean the stank off of the Ole Miss performance, and Alabama, as I expected that they would, did do that from the Vanderbilt performance, that's the perfect storm for a butt whooping, is what that is. But I was wrong. I was wrong about both aspects. I was wrong about South Carolina because the game plan was dramatically better. Dramatically better. The execution, dramatically better. And the discipline dramatically existed. I didn't have guys up emptying the clip into quarterbacks after they sacked them and cost them 15. All those things got cleaned up. And then there's Alabama. Because again, they also played in this contest. The final outcome is determined by what 2 teams do, not what 1 team does. Alabama came in and did not really vary up the game plan all that much. It was kind of the same offense that they ran against Vandy and lost with. And South Carolina was ready for it. Against Vandy, that was a team that lacked a lot of discipline. And they came out in this game and they were missing assignments. And South Carolina took advantage of that. South Carolina looked like a whole different football team from Saturday to Saturday. Alabama looked like the same team from Saturday to Saturday, just played a little bit better than they did against the Doors. Right? That's it. So I apologize for one thing and one thing alone. I don't apologize for incorrectly predicting the game. Because if I had to apologize for incorrectly predicting games, I'd have to make a whole damn segment out of it every Monday. Because I missed some, all right? That's why Vegas gambling is Vegas gambling and not Vegas telling you what it's going to do before it do it. There's a difference. What I will apologize for is saying, don't watch the game on Saturday. That it's not going to be entertaining. This is not going to be fun for you. For going full 300. You will not enjoy this. I am not your king. Right? Like that's it to me. I apologize for that. I read that game wrong. I wondered if, as I have for a couple of years now, I wondered if Shane Beamer was going to be able to take a team that last week was undisciplined, was going to take a game plan that last week did not match the task at hand, and have those issues corrected by the time that you went up against the top 5 team in the country. And you made them look like a not top 5 team in the country. You had them. Now, I think that this probably feels a little bit less dramatic if the onside kick wasn't recovered at the end of that game. I think it probably looks a little more definitive if you didn't have Lenora Sellers launching that Hail Mary on the last play. And there's a lot I can say about the X's and O's and breakdown of this game. I hope you throw a hell of a lot of effort and energy into continuing to develop Nicholas Harbor into the receiver that he can be. You saw the flash. That tutty he had, the toe tap,
as clean of a catch as you're going to see out of a college football wide receiver. I hope you develop Nick Harbor. I hope the development of Nick Harbor opens up the field for the other wide receivers to get better. I hope you continue to put pressure on Lenoris Sellers, because there was a lot of spots where Lenoris Sellers looked like an absolute dog in that game. And then there were a lot of spots here and there where Lenoris Sellers was very clearly a first-year QB1. A lot of spots where Lenoris Sellers very clearly felt the pressure of that game and did not respond to it, including that INT on the final play of the game. If you go back and watch that play, Bama brings 7. They drop 4. Now, if you're a quarterback and you take the snap and you see they're bringing 7, you have to know in a 5 wide, and they weren't 5 wide, they were 4 wide, because they had Rocket staying back to block. I think Rocket was on an option, right? If they bring 4 and it's handled, you can go out on the flat, go be our out-of-bounds wide receiver. But if they bring more than 4, you stay in and block. And he did. So you had 4 on 4. You had 3 go routes, 2 9s on the outside, a 7 in the middle, and then you have one guy out on the left who goes 10 to the first down stick, sits on the 40-yard line. They're in a soul around him. He's got 15 yards in any given direction to the nearest football player. When Sellers looks up and Sellers sees 7 coming, he's got to know, somebody's open. So somebody's got to be open. They're bringing 7 guys. And instead of, and you got to do it quickly, I'm not saying this is easy to do. He's a first-year QB1. What you got to do is eyes up, see if any of my go routes are just happen to be open, and if not, know my check down is to the left 10 yards out. Get the head turn, hit that guy. Because if he gets that ball delivered, that guy's picking up 10 yards, he's going out of bounds. You got 3 seconds to kick a 40-yard field goal to win the game. At least you've given yourself a chance. But that's not what he did. He saw the 7 coming. He realized Rocket was going to get beat, and he just back foot miracle, please somebody help me, winged it to the end zone. And nobody was there. Am I upset about it? Sure, in that you had a chance and you did. I'm no more upset at Lenoris Sellers than I am Will Howard. In fact, if anything, I think Will Howard's move at the end of the Oregon-Ohio State game was a bigger boneheaded move than Lenoris Sellers throwing that ball, because that's a seasoned multi-year starter versus QB1 in game 6.
I completely agree with you there. And it bookended for me. I watched South Carolina early and then watched the Ohio State game, and it's like, this is it's very similar. But yeah, your experienced quarterback should not make the kind of mistakes that Will Howard made at the end of that game. Lenoris Sellers, when he made mistakes, I guess it's okay to go, yeah, but he's a freshman. I mean, because that's my first thought.
Now, I will say this. It is game 6. I need
not for him, it's not.
No, it's game 4? Well, 4.5 for him. 4 and 4.25 for him. I mean, I know it's not. It's 4 years in. He gets time to develop. But much like we talked about earlier, greatness doesn't come in leaps. It comes in steps, frequently in baby steps, right? It's a little step. It's a little better here, a little better here, a little better here. That's why I've heard the slogan a gazillion times, right? A gazillion times. Be 1% better than you were yesterday. If every day you are just 1% better than you were yesterday, you're a third better than you were at the beginning of the month at the end of it, right? So I do need to see progression. And if you will recall, those of you in the Armada who were listening to the show last week, when I was voicing my concerns, critiques, criticisms of Shane Beamer, do you remember what the number 1 criticism I had was? I hammered on this. Do you remember what it was? A lack of player development. That was my big concern. A lack of player development. And I'm going to tell you, I still have that concern today. This result was spectacular. This result was phenomenal. I don't care if you don't believe in moral victories. I do. And this was one. The result, phenomenal. You went in there, you busted your ass, you competed, and you had them on the ropes. You're as we say all the time, any given game the result can be shifted in one play. One play can change the game. And there are probably 6 or 7 for South Carolina that it's like, if that one play is different, you win this football contest. Right? If that Hail Mary goes to the out at the 40-yard line, that man picks up 10 and dives out of bounds with 2-3 seconds left, kick a field goal, you walk out of there with a dub. One given play. But what I can say, and this week I think will go a gazillion miles into either enhancing the concern or answering the concern. Does this team that I think took the lessons from a booty cheeks performance against Ole Miss and improved and cleaned up and put them into place against Alabama? Now, do we take what we learned against Alabama and put it into place against Oklahoma? Because I'll tell you, the biggest, like I said, the reason I projected you guys to get curb stomped by Alabama wasn't just about the lack of discipline or execution or game plan against Ole Miss for South Carolina. It was also the fact that I thought Alabama was going to look like an entirely different team on Saturday that had something to prove because they were going to be ticked off. And you took that punch to the mouth and then you punched back. Spectacular. Guess who you got this Saturday? On the road for the second week in a row. So all the things you had to deal with against Alabama, you got to deal with them again this week, and you're on the road a second week in a row. You're going to Norman, Oklahoma. You know what happened to Oklahoma this weekend? They got curb stomped by Texas. They don't like that very much. And now they have 2 losses, which means if they want any shot at making it into the playoffs, they not only can't lose again, but they got a Styles with a Z all the way to the end of the year. So, all the things you learned about yourself and your plans and your coaches and your players and your development and discipline and execution and all that leading up to the Bama game, you now have to take that and perfect it and get it ready for this Saturday. I'll tell you right now, you go out there to Norman and you compete, you bust it up and you give Oklahoma a game, I'm going to feel a heck of a lot better Monday, win or lose. You go out there and win, now we're cooking. But if it all reverts back, and this is my big fear, if it all reverts back to what it was the Saturday before, then we have a problem. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
Salvation Army.
All right, guys, one more live, and we're coming back. Stay right there for me, please, and thank you.
Ingles Market is a proud sponsor of the Wire to Wire Sports Spin. From the playing field to the stands to your own living room, Ingles Market has everything you need to fuel your athlete or satisfy all the hungry fans in your life. Ingles, low prices, love the savings.
Where they break down all the headlines in the NFL, presented by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com.
Lee just asked me how I was doing after the loss Saturday night, and I started thinking on my way back in here, did I used to not handle it like this?
Yeah, I mean,
because he's known me more than when I moved here nearly half my life ago, going on 27 years. He's one of the first people that I worked with. So
I would
maybe
also say, like, subconsciously, you probably are going to react a little bit because you know your season's not over. Go beat Penn State, and you're still going to the Big Ten championship.
beat Indiana too, but yeah.
All right, we talked a lot of college football. Let's take a look across the National Football League this weekend. Spencer Rattler made his debut for the New Orleans Saints. It went okay, but the Saints defense, we suck. That was very loud, but also volume reflected my emotions yesterday. I was not good. Yesterday.
That pierced my brain, dude.
Yeah, so did having to watch the Saints defense yesterday. Falcons 38, Panthers 20. Kirk Cousins goes off for 225 and a tutty in this one, but it was the Falcons run game, almost 200 yards. In fact, if Kirk didn't take a couple of sacks, they would have crossed the double century mark yesterday. Alonzo, I don't know about you, pretty much exactly what I expected out of this game. The Panthers are not just a team that is still very much in rebuilding mode, but they're a team with very much in rebuilding mode, with like half their starters in the hospital.
All right, this is not exactly what I expected. I mean, the outcome, yeah, but the fact that they were semi-competitive for a while, knowing how many players are actually out on the injury list. That injury list is huge.
Yeah, I felt real bad. In fact, I'll run the audio for you here. I felt real bad after the game because I heard a comment from J.C. Horn who said this.
Nah, scheme, it ain't about the scheme. It's about the players. Players make plays, so our defensive players got to be better, myself included.
Does it encourage you at all, though, knowing that the offense, there were times last year where it felt like you guys had to be perfect defensively. Does it encourage you at all knowing that the offense is doing more than it has in past years?
That's the most frustrating part to me, just being here the last couple of years, is always been like, oh, we had an offense, we could do this, we could do that. And now, like I said, they're doing more than enough every week for us to win. And, you know, we haven't went out there and had that dominating performance yet as a defense. Like, I feel like we owe it to them guys. Chuba been running the ball great. You know, Andy been dealing. Deontay been balling. This is a defense, and we ain't quite put it together yet. And I think that's the most frustrating part because it's been every year it's been defense been good and offense been struggling. And now it's like flipping on his head. So, I don't know. We'll figure it out.
I feel bad for him because there's two things. Number one, and this is something that Lonzo and I butted heads about earlier. I don't know where this mentality came from that schemes don't matter, that tactics don't matter, that like only thing that matters is players executing, which players executing obviously matters a lot. But this concept that plans don't matter is just wrong. It's just wrong. Yeah, JC, the schemes matter. And this is one thing that I will say, and this conversation's happening elsewhere in the NFL. Ejiro Evero went from one of the hottest head coaching prospects in the NFL to a dude that right now is, if you want him to stay around, you're going to have the opportunity because right now his name is not connected. There are expected to be at least 7 open head coaching positions in the NFL at the end of the season. And I don't see Ejiro Evero's name connected to any of them.
By the way, I just want to point out, and I'm not going to be that guy, but I guess I am, that I've been saying that I didn't think he was that great of a coach. And you and Rashad were like, oh, no. This is like a couple years ago, or maybe even last year, you guys were defending him. And I just didn't see it.
I mean, again, but you heard what we just talked about. For the last 2 years, the Panther defense has been electrifying and the offense has stunk. Now it's flipped on its head.
It hasn't been, I mean, it's been good, but it could have been better.
It's been for what it has been asked to do, which is for 2 years in a row to play more snaps than any other defense in the NFL by a lot. Yeah, it's been really good. This whole concept of the schemes don't matter, but the second part is when he talks about the players and all that, man, like I said, Shaq's gone. Derek Brown's gone. Your DBs are all missing games one at a time. Like, it's not great in Charlotte, North Carolina.
This has been like the first year he's been healthy the entire year.
Yeah.
So I don't know,
Yeah, I mean, I think if anybody would know that, it's got to be J.C. Horn. 35-16, the Chicago Bears knock off the Jacksonville Jaguars over in London, England. Caleb Williams is a dog. Like I told you, he was going to be 23 of 29, 226.
Not showing me anything yet. Not yet. I'll play a really good team.
It isn't, dude. There is smoke coming off the wheels underneath the goalpost. You keep moving for this kid. This kid's you have got the goalpost on a motorcycle right now.
No, I have been consistent in what I've said about him for the entire season.
Yeah, it's
I don't know what you're talking about.
It
Goalpost
stinks,
moving
and then
or
it's come out
something.
he's good, and then it's come out and play a good game, and then he goes for 2 touchdowns, and it's like, oh, do more than that. So he throws for 4, and it's now what you got to play a good team and do it.
All right, are you directly quoting me on all those things? Because
paraphrasing.
Yeah, are you? Are you? Because I don't think you are.
Yeah, paraphrasing.
I need some
real
proof
close
that I said any of that because I didn't.
4 tutty passes for Caleb Williams, 226 yards, 1 touchdown to add on to a Bears rush for 152 yards. Trevor Lawrence is just, I just don't know, man. Like, on one hand, TL16 is 23, 35, 234 to 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. On the other hand, could have had 2 more and just misfired. On the other hand, he's got guys out here like Gabe Davis. That TL put 16, put a touchdown pass in his friggin' hand. Couldn't have put it in a better spot if you walked it up and handed it to him, and he puts it on the turf. Like, I'm so conflicted about how to feel about Trevor Lawrence. So there are some plays where I'm like, bro, you ain't it. And there's other plays where I'm like, yeah, I probably wouldn't be it either if these guys were dropping passes like this.
It's okay. Makes a lot of money. He'll be all right.
It does make a lot of money. Green Bay Packers 34-13 winners over the Arizona Cardinals. They made the Cardinals look like the way we thought the Cardinals were going to look, and finally the Packers look like the way we thought the Packers were going to look. Jordan Love with a Caleb Williams-esque performance, 22 of 32, 258, 4 touchdowns, 1 interception. Green Bay also ran for $179. Kyler Murray, 22 of 32, 214, and 1 tutty in this one. I don't know what else to say, man. Like, Arizona's come back to earth. Green Bay played an Arizona team. You know, I think Arizona last week was kind of the illustration of you are not as good as your best game and you are not as bad as your worst game. I think Arizona, pardon me. You know what Arizona is? Arizona's like the Saints. They had a couple of good games in a row and everybody's like, oh, look out. It's like, no, those are their best games. Like, that's not average. That's not normal. That's the outlier. Green Bay, the exact opposite. I think they had a couple of mediocre games. And this is more in line with what people expected to see. 20-17, the Colts knock off the Titans. Joe Flacco goes out there, throws for a $189, 2 touchdowns and a pick. Will Levis, 95 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Will Levis ain't it.
I think there's a major question here, and that is, who's Joe Flacco playing for next year?
Anybody who needs a backup and has an injury-prone starter at this point. Look, Flacco is a definition of do enough. Do enough. $189, 2 tutties, and a pick. Do enough. That's all he does. Do enough.
But if you make the playoffs, you better hope that somebody else comes back, because it's not good.
41-21, the Texans knock off the New England Patriots. Drake May gets his start, 243 yards, 3 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Also was the leading rusher for the Pats, 5 carries, 38 yards. Dude's an athlete. Like, we know he's an athlete. We know he's got wheels. We know he can get out there and make some stuff happen. But at the end of the day, New England's offensive line is booty cheeks. New England's defense is booty cheeks. CJ Stroud, not overwhelming numbers, 20 of 31, 192. Did have 3 touchdown passes and 1 interception in this one. Joe Mixon came back, 102 yards and a touch on the ground, 13 carries, averaged almost 8 yards a carry to Joe Mixon. So ladies and gentlemen, the Houston Texans are a good football team.
So how good are you when you throw for 3 touchdowns and Rob says it wasn't that great of a day?
Yardage-wise, it wasn't. I mean, look, he was
given really good field position by a good running game or by a good defense.
Absolutely. Hey, listen, a good quarterback takes what's given to him. That's it. Take what's given to you.
So I didn't watch the game, so I don't know. He may have got the ball like on the 10 every single time. So his yardage isn't going to look as good, but he scored.
Yardage
points.
didn't look good because Texans were running the hell out of the football. I mean, that's it. It was a run-oriented game. A quarterback takes what's given to him. C.J. Stroud took everything the Patriots gave to him, and they won by 20. Eagles 20, Browns 16. Nick Sirianni. Dude, what are you doing? Did y'all see this? Nick Sirianni, after the Eagles beat the 1-5 Browns in Philly, Sirianni was over here getting after Eagles fans for having the audacity to get after the team because the team has stunk since the midway point of last season. My man, turn around, keep the headset on. Maybe don't go put your fans on blast when you're 3-2 and you barely escaped Cleveland.
I get it from that angle, but isn't that what you expect out of Philadelphia? I mean,
that's actually a really good point.
Don't you want your coach to reflect I see that and go, yeah, it's Philly. It just doesn't,
Okay, that's actually a really good point. That's actually more than fair. Chill out, Sirianni. Dude, you're not that good. The Ravens, 7.5-point favorites. Good teams win, great teams cover. The Commanders cover, 30-23 Washington behind Jaden Daniels, 269 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 picks, also ran for 22. Problem was Washington as a whole could not run the ball. 52 rushing yards, 22 of them belonged to Jaden Daniels. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, as I told you it would be this year, the Derrick Henry Show. King Henry, $132 and a pair of tutties on the ground, averaged 5.5 per tote. Lamar also had a light 323 passing yards as the Ravens go almost 500 yards of offense in this game.
What was
the
the
Ravens are
final
good now. 23-30 BLT.
So all that, and they still only won by a touchdown
Against the 4-2 Washington Commanders.
Okay, all right.
With the, not just, as I told you, he will be NFL Rookie of the Year, but a dude that is making a genuinely, legitimately good argument for the MVP in Jaden Daniels. Guy's a stud.
Washington underrated. Ravens definitely overrated.
Washington underrated, Ravens rated. I'm good with that. Hey, the Chargers get the better of the Broncos. 23-16 is your final of that one. Scary moment with Jim Harbaugh, by the way, who had to leave, just left this game. Like he just disappeared from the sideline. It was very Ted Lasso season 2 when he took off. It turned out that Harbaugh actually had a pretty serious medical issue. He described it after the game.
I guess minor, it's called atrial flutter. And I got into an episode today with it, and then doctors checked me out, and it got back into sinus rhythm, normal rhythm. So came back.
When you say an episode, does it mean like you were like what happened there? Like you were feeling uncomfortable and
Yeah, I could tell there was some irregular beats. I am qualified to talk about.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
I'm allowed to.
I was nervous. I was very nervous. You were gonna say you were working through something.
Yeah. I had a couple of ablations. One in 1999 and one in 2012. And I always remember the one in 2012. It was during the Monday night game. Colin Kaepernick and the 49ers versus the Chicago Bears, and Colin had a great night that night. I knew I was in it during the game. After the game, got checked out. Ended up having to have an ablation for that one because it didn't go back into rhythm. But 2-0 with in arrhythmias.
John Cutter's pro.
Dork Jim Harbaugh won me over. Just in that moment. My man has a medical procedure. By the way, I was reading through some comments that were made after the game by a dude that came on Twitter. He's like, I have this. He's like, this is a thing that I experience more frequently. Harbaugh said he had one 2011 and he had another attack this weekend. This disease that Harbaugh has, it leads to, without any known cause or trigger, it leads to a situation, great one, where your heart rate can spike up to 250 to 300 beats per minute. Your resting heart rate is like 60, 65. It can spike up to 300, 5 times as fast as normal. And this dude said, I have it. He's like, every time you don't know if it's an issue or if you're having a heart attack and you're going to die. That's a real thing. And the fact that My dude Jim Harbaugh just left the field, went off, dealt with it, figured it out, and then came back. Pretty sweet. And then has jokes. Hey, I'm 2-0 with this.
Wonder how they deal with it. Is it a shot? Do you get shocked? I mean, what do you? I don't know.
Do not know.
Or do you just go into a dark room and just like breathe?
Don't know. What I can say is that's pretty impressive. It's pretty impressive. And then to come out and make a 2-0 joke about it. That's way to go, dork ass Jim. Big fan. All right, when we come back, we'll look through the rest of the games from the weekend and get you up out of here. The Rob Brown Show, the Fan Upstate.
Yeah, I heard about that, Wesley. I didn't want to go look at it, though. When someone breaks their leg, do you immediately go, oh, let me see it? I'm like the opposite. Like, oh, that sucks. I don't want to see it. You still look, though. Luckily, it hasn't showed up on my feed. Maybe I saw a headline, but might be my anti-Michigan filter. You're right. Except I never said his name.
Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget.
Exactly.
The resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform developed by AmericanEagle.com has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at repairclinic.com.
So, Tom, I put up a picture on Instagram where I'm like, do I make the shades part of the permanent look? And Tom, my bassist, just sent me the picture and goes, really?
So you stole someone's look?
No.
Wow. Wow.
So I don't know what to tell you. I'm pulling them off.
Except he went shirtless when he did. I mean, you know. If you want to equal him, go ahead.
The Rob Brown Show continues. A few more minutes running up and down the NFL scoreboard with some initial thoughts. We'll break down the X's and O's game to game more as the week goes on. 23-16 Chargers over the Broncos. I think you're starting to see what Justin Herbert can be when he has a run game and a not idiot head coach. J.K. Dobbins also had a go of it. 96 yards and a tutty on the ground. Justin Herbert, 21 of 34, 237, and a touchdown, a QBR of 92 in this game. I might have been wrong about Bo Nix, too. Bo Nix doesn't look bad. 19 of 33, 216, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. Also ran for 61 yards in this one. As much as I've been right about Justin Herbert, I might have been wrong about Bo Nix. He's looking better game by game. We'll see if that keeps up. 32-13, the Steelers knock off the Raiders. Raiders got a problem. Max Crosby coming off of the field, and Max Crosby doesn't wear his emotions on his sleeve. Max Crosby punches you in the face with his emotions. And I thought he was going to Antonio Pierce. Did you see this? Crosby was coming off the field late in the game. Raiders down most of the points at this point. And Antonio Pierce came over to dap up Max Crosby. Crosby just straight up shoved him out of the way. Remember when we were talking about last week after Robert Salah got canned? Remember how we were talking about the fact that video of Aaron Rodgers pushing him away, trying to celebrate a tutty with him? How that I said that video probably got played on Twitter about a gazillion times because of the Aaron Rodgers dynamic in that firing. Yeah, this one is just the illustration of the Raiders now. 2-4, and Max Crosby's out there. And the thing is, when Salah went to hug Aaron Rodgers, Rodgers just kind of like put his hands up, right? Like pass blocked him, got the hands in the chest, but he didn't like shove it. Max Crosby straight up like, I'm finna fight you, shoved his head coach. Shoved him. I got to tell you, Antonio Pierce joining the Mike Norvell way to lose your locker room as quickly as possible strategy. Pretty impressive. Aiden O'Connell, 227 yards, a touch and a pick, but the Raiders had only 57 rushing yards. On the flip side, Justin Fields, 14 of 22, 145, no touchdowns, no picks. The Steelers did rush for 183 yards, 59 of them belonging to Fields. And I'll say this before Lonzo decides he's going to come at me, bro. I'm going to say this. Justin Fields is going to keep his job for now. And it's not because of the 14 of 24, 145 yards, no touches, no picks day. Throwing the ball, Justin Fields was pedestrian in this game. He's going to keep his job because he can take off running for 59 and 2 touchdowns. He's going to keep his job because the Steelers' offensive line is booty cheeks, and Justin Fields, if anything else, and I've said I think his game is going to be fine. Justin Fields can scramble, boy. So, Justin Fields can put on the burners and go.
Your defense for him still playing is they're protecting Russell Wilson because Justin Fields can scramble better.
No. My defense for Justin Fields keeping the job over Russell Wilson is Justin Fields can run and Russell Wilson can't. Russell Wilson is a better thrower of the football than Justin Fields. However, he's a statue in the pocket, and the Steelers' offensive line is one of the worst in football right now. I need a quarterback who won't die playing behind it, and that ain't Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson will get Thanos'd if he plays behind that offensive line. Justin Fields, inevitably when the pocket breaks down, Justin Fields can freaking go. And that's his saving grace right now.
Yeah, I have very few victories in life, but I'm going to relish this every week.
I mean, that's fine. Again, none of the reasons I thought Russell Wilson would be starting are the reasons that Russell Wilson isn't starting. But the rest of the Steelers stink right now. And even though they are 4-2, they're going to be exactly what they're last year. They're going to be a team that gets into the playoffs, and they're the worst playoff team.
When you work with such a great knower of ball, and he's wrong on occasion, and you're right, you just you have to enjoy it. You have to savor the moment.
All right. So in gambling, there's a term.
Or moments like every
moment.
Week.
Let's not get carried away. Moment is fine for right now.
Starting.
There is a phrase that we use in sports gambling. That phrase is right read, wrong result, right? That phrase is used when you break down a game and everything you said was correct, but then none of it happened, right? Like, I assume Russell Wilson was going to be the starter because Russell Wilson can throw the football better than Justin Fields. He just can. Right now. I'm not saying that way forever, but right now. Except the problem is Pittsburgh can't throw the ball because they got an offensive line that is bad. It's just bad. It's just bad. Lions 47, Cowboys 9. Dak Prescott, 17-33, 178, no touchdowns, 2 interceptions. The boys ran for a total of 53 yards. On the flip side, Jared Goff, 18 of 25, 315, 3 touchdowns, and the Lions ran for 184 yards and 2 more. I don't know what to tell you, Lonzo. The Cowboys are broken. They're broken. There's no coming back from this. They are broken.
Well, I get it from a certain point of view, unless you didn't have expectations for them in the first place. What were your expectations of what the Cowboys were going to do this year?
I mean, my expectations were to be a plus 500 team and compete for the NFC East. Compete for, not necessarily win it. I took a flyer out on the Commanders to win this division because Jaden Daniels, and by the way, nailed it. But I expected competition. You know what I didn't expect, Zoe? What I did not expect, what the expectations were higher than lose at home 44-19, lose at home 28-25, lose at home 47-9. My expectations were higher than beat the Browns, Giants, and Steelers by 3. I don't know what I expected, but it wasn't getting embarrassed at the house 47-9. My expectations of Carolina were higher than lose 47-9 in your own crib. And then last night, 17-7, the Bengals get by the Giants in the final of that one. Joey B, 19 of 28, 208, no touchdowns, no picks. Did have 55 yards of rushing, including a 47-yard rushing TD on the opening drive of this game. Danny Dimes, 22 of 41, 205, no touchdowns, 1 interception. The G-Men did run for a $119, 56 of them from Daniel Jones. The Giants aren't good. The Bengals get win number 2. Looked a little more in line. I got to tell you, so I think the Bengals are going to look better week by week in a direct ratio to Joe Burrow's wrist week by week, because you still see him. I don't know if you got to watch any of this game last night, but you can see Joey Burrow in the warm-ups. Like, that wrist ain't back yet. That wrist ain't right.
I watched early on. I saw him run for the touchdown, and bro,
when he got hit in the goal line, I'm like, no, Joe, don't do that. Don't do that, Joe. You're already made of sugar glass, Joe. Don't do that. He did that. They win 17-7. Anybody stand out in the NFL games this weekend?
Is Joe Burrow a bust?
No, not at all. He's been to a Super Bowl.
He did go to a Super Bowl. Yeah, but there have been some other guys who went to a Super Bowl that you wouldn't count as some of the best quarterbacks.
True, but they went. Let me clarify that. They went to the Super Bowl because of Joe Burrow. Tampa didn't go to the Super Bowl because of Brad Johnson. They went with Brad Johnson. The Bengals went to the Super Bowl because of it. And by the way, I put the Bengals struggles on 3 things right now. Joe's wrist, ain't much he can do about that, right? And the 2 receivers. Jamar Chase acted like a diva this offseason and missing camp up until what didn't Jamar Chase show up 7 minutes before their opening game? And not his fault either, but T. Higgins being out with the injury, their top 2 wide receivers did not play in the preseason. It's going to take them a minute to get going. But as Joe gets healthier week by week, the Bengals will get better week by week. I'm not writing them, but they're the only 2-4 team that I think still has an outside shot to make the playoffs.
And now, the Rob Brown Show presents Twitter.
All right, when you hear that sound, you know the show is coming to a close. Time to ask Rob what the X is going on. The first thing that's Xing is John Chena.
John Chena is trending because he was on some live stream this week. I'm going to tell you, I've because of John Chena, I've never been. I don't care. Not only do I not care, I don't want his name said on this show. All right. I have stumbled into this millennial world of streamers that don't do anything. They don't do it. They sit in a chair and they don't do anything. They're not playing video games. They're not talking about stuff. Like, they just don't. They just sit there and talk. There's one right now going on where One streamer is mad at another streamer because this streamer did the dirty with a porn star who also slept with this other streamer, and this other streamer has the I don't know. Are you?
No, I'm not.
Has an STD.
Oh, okay. All right.
Has the hat.
Yeah, definitely don't know about that, but okay. Yeah, I get it. I get it. I think we all get it.
So this
and
streamer.
if you don't, good for you.
Yeah.
You're precious.
You bless your heart, you sweet summer child. So streamer B did the dirty with a porn star and gave the porn star a round of applause. Then that porn star went and slept over here with this streamer. Did the first porn star the first streamer I guess didn't tell the porn star, and so she did, and their whole stream is going back and forth being mad at each other because now they both have.
No, none of this has anything to do with John Cena. He just happened
to be on another podcast.
Yeah,
again. Oh, they ate Big Macs. That was the whole stream. They ate Big Macs.
No, this dude busted through and stole the Big Macs.
Okay, I did see that. That was kind of funny.
Yeah, and
am I a millennial now?
They spent time acting like they couldn't see him because he was. I just saw the video and thought it was funny without actually
John Cena,
without hearing it.
If we ever get John Cena in here, do we do the first 2 minutes of the podcast pretending like we can't see him, or is that played at this point?
I think it's been done before, not by us though. I mean, we would do it masterfully.
John Cena, when you're ready, come on in. We got to share for you.
Yeah, today on the show we're supposed to have John Cena. We'll let you know when he gets here. All right. The next thing I'll just play the theme song over and over again. Going, I don't know where he is.
We were told John Cena was going to be here.
You know what? This is just it's false advertising. We apologize.
We were told that guy from Fast and the Furious was going to be here.
And he's not here. Dom's brother. I believe it. All right. The next thing that's Xing is UFOs.
Where did we see a UFO that shockingly is only on blurry and very shaky cameras this time?
All right. So apparently these UFOs are showing up over military institutions, and the government can't seem to do anything about it.
Yeah, because it's definitely not them.
Why are you not looking?
Definitely not them.
No. It's actual. What do they call them now? AEPs or something? I forget what they call them.
Yeah, I don't care.
Yeah, no one knows except for their UFOs. So there's video out there, and there always is. And with AI and stuff, here's the perfect time for an invasion is now, because with AI, the skepticism is so high, especially for people like Rob Brown, who do not believe that there's a possibility that we could be invaded.
Have no reason to believe.
Okay.
It yet.
Anyway, right away he's going to say it's not real. The only way he's going to believe it, as the Thomas that he is, doubting Thomas, is to look out these windows and see an alien ship right outside the windows.
Someone can provide certified, verified, empirical evidence, I am open. But it's always some dude with shaky, blurry camera. My cell phone is so good. I can shoot a car 100 yards away and tell you what color shirt the driver has
He's
on.
talking about shooting video or a picture, not actually shooting the car.
Yeah, correct.
You could have been hanging out with Rashad. I don't know. You might have got some gadgets.
The point here is, cell phone cameras are so good. I can read you a billboard from a mile away with it, but it seems like every time Bigfoot or a UFO show up, suddenly everybody's cell phone camera turns into a 1981 Sony Handycam for no reason.
We'll watch the video after the show and see what he thinks after watching the actual video.
Sure.
All right, and finally, Chris Jericho is trending.
Jericho's trending because
it's one of two things: either people really hate him,
or people really like him.
Or it's the fact that he was in Terrifier 3 that just came out.
You just made the list!
Which I haven't watched any of the Terrifiers. Apparently, they're scary.
I like the concept of dark hallway, door, flickering light. Suddenly, as our main character walks through, the door busts open. And through the other side, he hears a horrified voice saying, "Hi, guys!" Hey, that's it for us. Y'all have a great rest of your day. When we come back tomorrow, we'll dig into the X's and O's of Clemson's win over Wake Forest, South Carolina's almost win over Alabama, the Panthers' loss, and all the other games for the weekend, as well as get you set up for the ALCS and NLCS. That's all coming up tomorrow. Have a lovely rest of your day. Don't drink and drive. I'll punch you in the face. See you back here tomorrow on The Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. Later.
Let me tell you what they done done. They done kicked your ass, son. Whoa!
All right, guys, I got a jet because Daddy gets his internet back.
Bye, guys.
Bye, guys.
Oh, that was so loud. Oh, that hurt. but unnecessary, I suppose.
Yes, I have to run home and meet the internet dude. So hopefully I have internet back. So hopefully I can go back to doing shows from my house and not Lonzo's desk and him getting mad at me every Monday.
Hey, just stop moving my stuff. That's all I got that from my mom. She could tell if anyone moved her figurines or whatever, the little knickknacks on her glass shelves. So my friend would come in and turn them all backwards just to see if she noticed.
I've done that to people before, not you. All right, that's it. I got to go meet a technician. So, by the way,
He took the glasses off. Now I can't see, by the way. He's starting to get that imprint around his face.
no, it's just the bags under my eyes from being 40. When I set the meeting, and I want to be very clear, we got fiber at the house. Big fan. I'll never go back. All right, I am willing to go without internet for 4 weeks to keep my fiber. That's how much I like the fiber internet. Okay. But we lost internet obviously the day that Thursday night of the hurricane, and we haven't had it since. So I called on Thursday of last week, and I was like, guys, I work from home. My wife works from home. We got to have the internet back. And the lady on the phone's like, okay, let me let me run some tests through your modem, your whatever. Let me run your test, blah, blah, blah. I said, great. And so she does, and she goes, all right, we're not getting a response from your modem, so we're going to have to send a technician. And I said, cool, no worries, that's fine. When can I expect them? And last Thursday, she said Tuesday. And I said, great. And she said the 22nd. And I said, that's not great. I said, ma'am, respectfully, I work from home. My wife works from home. We cannot wait another 2 weeks. I need a meeting. And she guilt tripped me and she said, I understand, sir. And I really do feel bad about it. She said, but this is all because of the hurricane relief efforts, right? Like everybody's digging out. We have so many technicians and we have thousands of people without internet, and some we can fix with one neighborhood, but like we have to check everybody's house. And I said, all right, well, the 22nd. She said, that's the best I can do. If anything comes open, I'll move you up since you've been so polite. And I said, thank you. So then I get a text on Saturday that says we're postponing your opponent because we are postponing your technician appointment because we've detected an outing in your neighborhood. So we're sending a technician to look at the neighborhood and we hope that'll resolve the problem. And I'm like, super duper great. That's awesome. So yesterday morning, I wake up to a text message from the company that shall remain unnamed. I receive a text message from the company that says the outage in your neighborhood has been resolved. Please reset your modem to restore your internet. And I was like, very cool. So I did that. Didn't work. So I called the company and the lady's like, okay, yeah, well, you should have internet. And I said, well, I wouldn't be calling you if I did. I would be on the internet, shockingly. And she said, all right, let me run some tests. And I said, great. She ran some tests. She goes, yeah, we're not getting a signal back from your machine. And I said, no, I know. That's why I'm on the phone. I didn't say it like this because I don't like confrontation. I'm being very overly polite to this young lady. And so she goes, all right, well, we'll get you an appointment with a technician. And I was like, all right. And she goes, Monday. And I went, the 21st. And she goes, no, tomorrow. I was like, yay, that's great. I said, that'd be spectacular. You tell me what time to be here. And she goes, can you do 6 to 10 a.m.? And I was like, no. If I had the internet, I could, but I can't because I don't have the internet. Said, I got to go to work. She goes, okay, we have one more window. And I said, great, what time? And she goes, 11 to 6 p.m.
Somewhere in there, roundabout.
11 a.m. to 6 p.m. I said, can you narrow it down for me? And she goes, no, it's just in that window. And I said, let me ask you a question. I said, I do work. I can come home. I can work from home. I said, but if I'm working from home, what happens if like I knock on the door, they knock on the door and I miss it or something. And she goes, well, if no one's available at the time of your appointment, we'll have to set you to the back of the line. And I was like, when's the back of the line? Halloween. So if I'm not there, or if I am there and I don't answer the door, Halloween is when I would get internet back. So it's one of those things that, like, y'all can only get away with this because of how good your internet service is, right? Because it's like lightning fast. I can play Rocket League with no delay. That's great, right? The 31st, if I miss my appointment today, is when I get internet back. That's ridiculous. That's stupid. And yet I'm totally going to talk. I'm going to give up my entire day today to be at the house from 11 to 6 p. Because I'd rather have their internet than go, you know what, screw you, I'm going to another company. All this comes down to is how much I miss playing video games.
I get it.
Oh, man. All right, guys and gals, thanks for being here. Have a lovely rest of your day. We'll see you back here tomorrow. Tell your friends about us. Help us grow the show. See you tomorrow. Goodbye.